Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister for Canadian Heritage, that in relation to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related consequential amendments to other acts, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the committee stage of the bill, and that, at the expiry of the time provided in this order, any proceedings before the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage on the said bill shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Debate?
Point of order.
Yes, the Honourable Member for Saanich Islands.
Yes, I understand, and Madam Speaker, that we are now applying the will of the full House to the operations of the work of a committee. This is unusual, and I understand we have the powers to do it if it is placed before us as a motion of instruction. What I just heard the Honourable Minister say does not appear to me to be a motion of instruction. So I'd like a ruling from the Chair to assist us to be sure that the motion put before us is actually in a proper form.
Yes, it is. Yes, I've just confirmed it is a motion of time allocation that is perfectly legitimate. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I am rising on a point of order in order to challenge this ruling. The admissibility of the time allocation that has been moved by the government, because it does...
The Honourable Member cannot challenge a ruling, as I've just been told. No. Not to challenge a ruling, no.
Point of order.
One at a time, please. I was just told that we cannot challenge a ruling that has been made already. The motion, the instruction for committee is perfectly legitimate. Okay, since I haven't read the motion yet and it hasn't been brought forth to the chamber, I'm going to read the motion first and then we'll listen to the points of order. Madame Fortier.
Ms. Fortier moves that in relation to Bill C-10, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the committee stage of the bill, and that at the expiry of the time provided in this order, any proceedings before the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage on the said bill shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn, every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment.
Now, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I am rising on a point of order in order to challenge the admissibility of that time allocation motion because it does not satisfy the requirements of Standing Order 78.3 and the usual practices of this House. Please allow me to explain further. Standing Order 78.3 contemplates a minister proposing a motion, quote, for the purpose of allotting a specific or a specified number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings, provided that the time allotted is not less than 1 sitting day, end quote. Of course, it goes without saying that the House has sitting days with predictable schedules and whatnot, but not at our committees. So how should this rule apply to committees then? I would respectfully submit that it is through the allocation of hours, and past practices back me up. A canvassing of records of the House show that in the 50-plus years Standing Order 78.3 has been in our rulebook, it has only been invoked 3 times before when a bill was referred to a committee other than a committee of the whole. Ironically, all 3 times were when the Chrétien Liberals were trying to shut down Bloc Québécois resistance. The shoe seems to be on the other foot this morning. So, firstly, on April 25th, 1996, the House passed a time allocation motion concerning the Human Resources Committee's study of Bill C-12, the Employment Insurance Act. Referring to page 260 of the journals shows that, quote, not more than 10 further hours shall be allotted, end quote. Secondly, on February 24th, 2000, the House passed a time allocation motion concerning a legislative committee study of Bill C-20, known as the Clarity Act. Looking at page 1018 of the journals shows that, quote, not more than 10 further hours shall be allotted, end quote. Madam Speaker, most recently, on September 19th, 2000, the House passed a time allocation motion concerning the Justice Committee's study of Bill C-3, the Youth Criminal Justice Act. Page 1928 of the journals reveals that, quote, not more than 10 further hours shall be allotted, end quote. So in all three cases, Madam Speaker, the House, when invoking Standing Order 78-3, allocated 10 hours for committee study. Because this motion has allocated fewer than 10 hours, I would respectfully submit to you that it is not consistent with the usual practice of the House and must therefore be ruled out of order. Thank you for hearing me, Madam Speaker.
Have another point of order. The honourable member of New Westminster Burnaby, and it is on the same theme, isn't it?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would concur with my colleague from Lethbridge that the practice and the tradition of the use of Standing Order 78.3 is no more than one further sitting day. It doesn't appear to us with the 5 hours that is proposed in the motion that it meets the test of what has been clear practice, parliamentary practice. It also raises another question, Madam Speaker, and this, given that this is such a rare tool to be used, hasn't been used in over 2 decades, wasn't used under the former Harper government, it does raise further questions, such as what the allocation of amendments would be during the report stage of the bill. And so with those considerations in mind, Madam Speaker, we certainly raise broad concerns about the form and the proposal that has been brought forward with this motion this morning.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Adams on the same point.
Speaker, and on this point of order, I listened to the interjections from the Conservatives and the member from New Westminster Burnaby. I would submit to you that despite the fact that previous usage of this particular procedure may have allocated a certain amount of time, the procedure doesn't indicate how much time needs to be used specifically. And furthermore, the fact that the members are referencing that this is something that hasn't been used many times. If they don't feel as though this should be one of our standing orders, then they should, bring forward suggestions on how to amend the standing orders. But in the interim, it is one of our standing orders. It's a rule that we have. The fact that it hasn't been used often certainly is not an excuse to suggest that it can't be used.
On the same, we don't want to turn this into a debate. I do have the standing orders in front of me, and it makes this motion perfectly legitimate. And I will read it. Motion during proceedings. I'm reading after I finish reading. The motion during under government orders for the purpose of allotting a specified number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings at that stage. It doesn't say numbers of hours specifically, so the motion is in order. The honourable member for Carleton.
So the member across the way concedes that the practice the government is undertaking right now is not the way it has been done in the past. I thank him for making that concession at the outset of his remarks. He does, however, make a mistake moments later when he said that the rules do not specify the amount of time typically allotted for this practice. And I say, and I quote here, the Standing Order 78.3 contemplates a minister proposing a motion, quote, for the purposes of allotting a specific number of days or hours for the consideration and disposal of proceedings, provided that the time allotted is not less than one sitting day, end quote. So he's quite wrong to say that there is not an allotted period. And I see he's getting very agitated with me quoting the facts.
The interpretation so far has been that 5 hours is the equivalent of a sitting day, and there are other examples, as I've been told by table officers, of 5 hours of debate on motions. And I think I've ruled on this, and we should move along. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I just wanted to ensure that the record reflects that in my point of order, when I said an amount of time, I was indeed referring to hours. I am aware that it references days.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
The Chair said that the table officers have given all of these examples. You haven't shared any of the examples. You've just stated a ruling without providing any evidence. So we can't. You're asking us just to assume that what you're saying is in the record.
I absolutely find problems with the doubting of my word and the word of the table officers. There are examples. We have business. I am not directed by the member to share or not. If you're interested, the table officers will provide the examples. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Yes, if the Chair in fact has evidence, then the Chair would share the evidence. But so far the Chair has shared no evidence, and the Chair is not meant to simply help the government ram through legislation by breaking the standing orders. That is not the role of the Chair.
Or if he's challenging the Chair. The Honourable Member for Carleton, yes.
Yes.
Oh, interesting. Okay. We'll come back to the House with a statement on the precedents after the 30 minutes of debate. We will have something to share with. And the Honourable Member for London, Essex, Middlesex. Yeah.
Elgin, Middlesex, London. Thank you. It's all good. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just want to read to you from the Standing Orders, number 10, Order and Decorum, no appeal. The Speaker shall preserve order and decorum and shall decide questions of order. In deciding a point of order or practice, the Speaker shall state the standing order or other authority applicable to the case. No debate shall be permitted on any such decision, and no such decision shall be subject to the appeal of the House. I just want to bring that forward, as I believe that there is a lot of discussion here today, and we would really like to continue to understand why this will be going forward. Thank you very much.
As I've just stated, at the end of the 30 minutes of debate, we will come back to the House with the statement. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I really appreciate the intervention by the acting House Leader, Madam Speaker, and she is indeed correct. And you did follow that procedure. You provided your ruling. You provided the reference within the standing orders, and you have completed your duties in terms of that ruling.
Getting into debate, the Honourable Member for Carleton. Yes.
Yes, the member just read the standing order, which requires the Speaker to list the precedent that is underlying the ruling, rather than implementing the ruling. It is not the role of the Speaker to implement a ruling that she has not yet made.
I will absolutely come back to the House at the end of the 30 minutes with the information required, but The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. It just that we will be debating a motion that we do not believe is admissible in the first place. So those are some of the concerns as we're moving forward here. If we could please have that precedent put forward so that we have an actual authority to move forward, that would be wonderful. So I would really like to have the precedent before.
I have already ruled that it is in order, and we will just be providing further elements to sustain that ruling, and we will now move into debate. The honourable member for Carleton.
Oui, malheureusement,
Unfortunately, we didn't have the opportunity to hear the ruling translated into both official languages. And all members are entitled to have rulings issued in both official languages. And with all due respect, we have interpretation in the chamber. I will repeat. The motion is in order. I'll repeat it in French. We will proceed to debate. I issued my ruling, and now we will proceed. I will hear no more points of order on this.
Conformément à l'article 60.
Pursuant to Standing Order, I have already ruled.
We are entering debate. Please, can we understand that we have an answer to bring to the House in 30 minutes' time? The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do want to just acknowledge that when highly contentious issues are brought before the House of Order, it is not uncommon for members to spend some time having exchanges about the substance of the matter of order. You'll recall that the government House Leader a few weeks ago, in fact, spoke for over an hour in this place, specifically with respect to a matter of order. So there is a big difference between debating a substantive issue under the rubric of points of order and debating a question of order under the rubric of points of order. This is an extremely contentious matter, extremely rare. It's not surprising that members have points that they wish to raise with respect to it. But I do want to raise personally an issue with respect to the motion that is different from issues that have been raised by my colleagues, and one that I would ask that.
As I've stated previously, the ruling has been made. The arguments will come within the next 30 minutes, and I'm going to read the motion now. Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I invite honourable members who wish to ask. I am asking a question. I invite honourable members who wish to ask questions to rise in their places or use the raise hand function so the chair has some idea of the number of members who wish to participate in this question period. President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've had my hand up for a while, and I believe I'm entitled to ask a question at this point. And my question is with respect to the importance of the legislation. And given the limited amount of time and the procedures that we have seen, in particular from the official opposition, my question to the minister is, would he not agree that if we don't bring in this form of time allocation, it would be virtually impossible to see the legislation ultimately pass through, because the Conservatives have given no indication that they are prepared to see it move forward?
The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I want to thank the Honourable Member for his question. Let me give you an example of what's been happening in the Heritage Committee over the past many weeks. During the first four meetings of the committee, this committee was able to study 79 amendments. During the next 11 meetings of the committee, which is when the...
With my apologies to the Minister, I will answer the points of order after the 30 minutes of debate. I've ruled on this, and we are going to proceed.
Mr. Speaker.
May I proceed, Madam Speaker?
No.
Yeah, go ahead.
So as I was saying, during the next 11 meetings of the committee, which is when the Conservative Party started systematically obstructing the work of the committee, only 7 amendments were studied or voted on. At this rate, Madam Speaker, it would likely take more than 6 months of committee meeting before the committee would be able to bring back this bill to the House. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Scott. L'honorable député de Richmond-Arthabasca.
The honourable member for Richmond-Arthabasca.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Point of order.
The honourable member is on mute.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The minister is trying through all means possible to make Canadians believe that the Conservatives are against the culture. They are filibustering in this bill, which is a bad bill. We all know that. We heard it from many experts who came to testify in committee. This bill was subject to over 120 amendments. The government drafted this bill. We worked, all members of the committee worked and attempted by all means possible to fix the flaws in the bill. But the reality is what the minister isn't telling people is that where it was problematic is changing the bill along the way to include the social networks, which wasn't there in the beginning. And there are a number of people who objected, experts, former CRTC commissioners, and thousands of Canadians across the country. So the only reason why it's taken so much time to study a bill with over 120 amendments, including all the sub-amendments put forward, is because of the minister's work. He tabled a bad version of the bill. So we are being subject to a gag order on a bill that at its base is bad because it attacks freedom of expression, and the minister is attacking freedom of expression of parliamentarians who are trying to do their job. I'd like to know how the minister, instead of telling us that we're preventing or we're against culture, how can he justify gagging us with the complicity of the Bloc Québécois, gagging parliamentarians in the work they have to do because the 40 remaining amendments, there are a number of them that require us, all parliamentarians, to do our work. And the major problem in the committee, and I will conclude on this point, is that it was long for 2 weeks because the Liberals objected to our request to hear from the Minister of Justice, which they agreed to 2 weeks later. If they had agreed in the beginning, we would have had those 2 weeks to work, and they could have integrated the 4 points as we attempted to do. We would have moved forward logically in order to correct this bad bill. So how can the minister explain his mistake and his way of managing this file that put us in this impasse? The minister.
Point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I have ruled I will hear the points of order after the 30 minutes. The Honourable Minister.
Madam Chair, this is an illegitimate debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You are to do
The interpreter is unable to hear.
the servant of the House of Commons. You're a servant of this Parliament. You're not the servant of the government.
The interpreter is unable to provide interpretation while multiple microphones are open.
Chair. Madam Chair, this is an illegitimate debate. We do not have agreement on this ruling.
The interpreter is unable to provide interpretation while multiple individuals are speaking.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Nous avons nous-mêmes proposé des amendements suite
Point of order, Madam Chair.
aux recommandations que nous avons eues des gens
Point
dans
of
le
order,
secteur
Madam
artistique.
Chair.
Nous avons eu de plusieurs intervenants.
The interpreter is unable to provide interpretation while multiple microphones are open.
Have the will of the House. Madam Chair, this is an illegitimate debate.
Que ce projet de loi là est supporté
Point of
par les
order, Madam
organismes
Chair.
culturels d'un bout à l'autre.
Order. Yes. Minister keeps being interrupted, and I advise members to put themselves on mute when they not have the floor. I will answer the points of orders after the 30 minutes. Now, the Honourable Minister.
This is an illegitimate debate.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The interpreter is unable to interpret while multiple microphones are open.
Que mon collègue soulevait tout à l'heure.
With regard to the question of freedom of expression.
Madam Chair, you've not given a ruling or given your opinion.
Which specifies that C10.
Order. I have ruled that the motion is in order. We are proceeding with the 30-minute. We will come back to the House with examples of precedents. And I am, as the Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London has reminded me, I am responsible to keeping the quorum of the House. This is the way we're going to proceed. The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Donc, comme je le disais.
So as I was saying, Madam Speaker, with regard to freedom of expression, we were able to read, and the Deputy Minister at Justice came to testify, specifying that C10 was fully suitable with freedom of expression in Canada, be it with regard to this laws regulating the CRTC. The CRTC also has to comply with Canadian statutes. The interpreter must interrupt and cannot speak at the same time as many other individuals.
Point of order. I'm not aware that the standing orders have been suspended to not allow points of order. I believe that would have to be something that is agreed to by the House. Point of order. It's astounding that debate is being censored on censorship.
That's not surprising. This whole bill is on censorship. Why would we be surprised?
As I've advised members, the motion as was presented is in order. We are going to bring the House the answer to the questions that were raised in the previous points of order, and we will listen to other points of order. Now we are just proceeding with this debate, and we will come back with the answers. I can't invent answers that I don't have at my fingertips. I can't invent answers I don't have at my fingertips, and I have ruled. It will. We have. No, I have ruled that the motion is in order because it respects the We are in the middle of a debate. We have 30 minutes.
Points of order come forward, Madam Chair. And I respectfully suggest that you take those points of order as they are coming up. I know this is difficult.
Respectfully is what you need to do.
My job here is to ensure the quorum of the House and that the work of the House is done as per. And all parliamentarians will be allowed. All parliamentarians will be allowed to speak, as I said, after we have the 30 minutes and I have the answers to give the House. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. And to all my Conservative colleagues, the reason that you're seeing this decorum today is because we are outraged. We recognize that you are taking the rights of Canadians' free speech away in this bill. And this is exactly what we're seeing here. You have chosen to move. Excuse me, from the member from Kingston and the Islands, I appreciate that he has lots to say and he has spent all of his time here for the last number of weeks. I have not been able to hear my own colleagues because I've heard his voice over these things. So speaking to you, I recognize this is the issue. We went immediately into the 30 minutes of debate before we even had the opportunity to discuss our points of order. This decorum is because the freedom of speech right here, especially what we're seeing in these sections of these amendments, are being squashed, and we will continue to fight. I request that you please deal with the points of orders so that we can have a decorum in this place. I do believe that it is the right of Canadians. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Kingston and the Islands.
On that point, Madam Speaker, through her intervention, the member for Middlesex, London Middlesex, just admitted that the reason why they're being obstructionist is because they're not happy with the bill. That certainly is not a point of order. A point of order has to do with...
Member, that's debate. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate that you've made the decision to listen to the points of order that members are raising. And it is important that we establish whether the motion is in order before we proceed to any question and comment period on it. And the questions that I am raising about order are different questions from questions that other members have raised about whether or not this motion is in order. There are a number of different concerns with respect to the motion, something that I would ask you to take into consideration as well. I agree with points that have been made by my colleague with respect to the fact that the standing orders do prescribe that there a specific time period, and that the ruling that has been made with respect to the number of hours that is equivalent to a day with respect to the House, it's a very different situation in terms of the hours that committees sit and can sit. But there's a particular situation that I confront as the member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, and that is that I have put forward amendments that deal with specific subject matter on the bill at committee. Now, that subject matter is the fact that there are foreign state-controlled channels that seek access to Canada's broadcast system, and that those channels have been broadcasting horrific human rights abuses, forced confessions, other kinds of human rights abuses. And I have undertook, in response to concerns raised by constituents as well as stakeholders, to put forward amendments at the committee stage of the bill. And those amendments would deal with this important subject matter that relates to our broadcasting system. And indeed, it is the right of all members, not just members of the Heritage Committee, to move amendments at the committee stage with respect to a bill. This is a right that is particularly important to me. Obviously, I'm not a regular member of the Heritage Committee, so I'm not normally part of the clause-by-clause process. But because of the work that I'm doing on behalf of my constituents and others with respect to the particular issues around forced confessions and human rights abuses, that I am putting forward amendments at the committee stage. I've given notice of those amendments. Those amendments have been translated and distributed to members of the Heritage Committee. They're in their proper form. They're available to be considered. But the motion that has been put forward today would obstruct the right of myself and other members that have put amendments on notice to actually be able to move those amendments forward for consideration. And having been following the proceedings, I think there is a significant risk that the way the motion in particular has been worded, it restricts the movement of further amendments. Normally, when we have time allocation that's moved in the House, what we see is any amendments that have been moved or put forward, those amendments then are up for consideration and a vote at the end of the time that's prescribed. But also, if there's a question put forward, for instance, a motion that a question not be further adjourned, that particular issue is then voted on by the House prior to moving to the vote on the question itself. But the rights of members, if this motion, and in particular the prohibition on the moving of amendments, if that section is able to advance, that it will prevent me from being able to move an amendment at committee, an amendment that I had given notice of months ago. It will prevent any kind of reconsideration of aspects of that question, debate, or the movement of the amendment or a vote on it. So I would submit to you, Madam Speaker, I have the same concerns that various colleagues have raised with respect to the opportunity of the impact of the limited time that has been created. But I also think that we need to hear specifically whether the the measures that prevent members like me from bringing forward amendments that are important to their constituents, that are important to people around the world in terms of the impact on international human rights, amendments that send a clear message about Canada not being complicit in broadcasting or promoting these horrific abuses, forced confessions, people tortured and forced to confess on TV, and then those messages being aired in Canadian broadcasting. That's a very important issue. It's an amendment that I think reflects the public interest, and it's actually an amendment that I suspect would have broad support. I suspect even members of the government would be willing to support some of those amendments that deal with the human rights issues, which are not so much the issues that have been as widely discussed in the public debate on this. So, Madam Chair, I would ask you to rule on the implications for the rights of members of this real attack on the ability to move amendments at the committee stage, and what it means for the fact that we're supposed to be able to bring forward substantive amendments that we can't always bring forward in the House, that we're supposed to be able to bring forward substantive amendments. What does that mean for our rights, as well as the issues of time that I think still are outstanding insofar as we haven't had a ruling on those in the proper form? Madam Speaker, I would ask you to take these issues under consideration and advise the House on them. Thank you.
We'll take them under consideration and we'll advise the House on it.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. I will come back to questions and comments. I would like to take this opportunity to say that despite all of the chaos and around the debate, I think that's no reason to ignore decorum. There are members who are making our eyebrows be raised. The government's decision to proceed with time allocation to accelerate the work is not nothing. For months, C-10 has been delayed. It was delayed adoption at second reading, systematic filibustering by the Conservatives during the work of the committee. They wanted to block the will of the majority of members of the committee. We saw it in procedural committee, in defense ethics, and in C-10. It's not just the committee that's being held hostage by the Conservatives. It's the entire cultural industry. We have the responsibility to be reasonable. Time allocation must be an exceptional measure. I regret interrupting the honourable member, but I have a point of order from the honourable member from Peace River Westlock.
Madam Chair, typically when we run across a standing order that is not regularly used, and we're about to make new precedent with it, the Speaker gives a long ruling on whether this issue is in order or not. We've not heard the logic for this being in order. This is new to all of us. I remember getting a text message last night being like, from my staff saying, this is going to be interesting in the morning, Arnold. We've never seen this before. So that seems to be that we would see a large ruling. I was expecting to hear from you for several minutes on why this was going to be admissible and how it played into the reasons that this should be going on for a vote this morning. We're voting on Friday. That also is unusual. So many things about this are unusual, and I was expecting to hear the logic for how we were going to be proceeding on this. I've heard none of the logic on this, and now it feels like
As I told the honourable members, I will come back to the House to explain.
To work so that we have a functional House, that we all agree that we move forward. When we end up in areas of the standing orders that aren't regularly used, we typically would see an explanation before we move forward. And I've heard from many of my colleagues who have said that they have concerns with this, that they have spent the night preparing their arguments as to why this should be in order or not in order, and to have that just run over is not doing the job of the Speaker. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Similkameen and Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nickel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate that your position it can be difficult at times. Today is a certain expression of that. But I think, Madam Speaker, that when we have points that have been raised about concerns about members' rights, I 100% agree that decorum is important. But, Madam Speaker, decorum comes from having a process. And when we have a motion of the government that is clearly has not been used in this type of format for many decades, there are legitimate questions about the imposement, the lessening of our rights as members to be able to debate and to be able to discuss the important issues. Madam Speaker, this bill also deals with the Canadian Charter of Rights, and I'm very surprised that the Liberal Party is trying to push forward a process that not only clearly violates our rights as members to be able to discuss, fully debate these things, Madam Speaker, but also the fact is that Canadians, the ones we represent, that may be affected by this material legislation. And what I'm saying, Madam Speaker, that I ask you to come back with a extensive ruling on this practice so it does not set a precedent for future governments that will point to today and point to this abuse of our ability to discuss this issue at report stage, Madam Speaker. And I hope that we would also agree that the government, when you are proposing changes to the Broadcast Act, which infringe upon those rights, that you should have a clear process in a minority government or minority parliament that clearly will build the goodwill of all members. Madam Speaker, cutting debate without having proper process, without giving justification that this is not infringing upon our rights, with not having the ability to debate the Section 2B freedom of expression rights that are clearly laid out in the Charter. I'm surprised that this Liberal government is attempting to push through such a large-scale change at report stage without having a clean process. Madam Speaker, I know decorum is central to your work because you are in charge of making sure the business of this place. But like I've seen today, Madam Speaker, unfortunately, that is not there. It is not your fault. But it is, Madam Speaker, your obligation to the members who are concerned about our privileges here in the sense that we must know that the process is clean. And Madam Speaker, I would hope that you would take this intervention. I hope that the government will reconsider the way that it is conducting itself. And I don't even want to get into the other parties, Madam Speaker, because I'm surprised that after so many interventions from the NDP protesting the use of time allocation, that they would tie themselves to a process that hurts this institution and sets precedent for future governments. Madam Speaker, there is a lot on your plate, I understand, and I do hope that we can start focusing on making good laws and making wise decisions. And I would hope, Madam Speaker, you would utilize the table officers to their fullest, that you would suspend this hearing so that you could go through this and again bring back the justifications that have been asked for by members with respect to this process today. Madam Speaker, we cannot be going back to our constituents and saying the process wasn't clean. This is Canada. We believe in democratic governance, and that involves
We're getting into the debate of a point of order. And I take the honourable members' comments. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, I will so on the point of order, am I right?
Honourable member, I don't know who is rising on points of order in the hybrid setting and who is rising on points of order in the House. No. The honourable member for Northumberland. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were up on a point of order.
Yeah, no. My apologies for interrupting. The speaker shouldn't happen. I just wanted to raise a point on behalf of the Green Party. Oftentimes, they do not get the opportunity to speak. They have been polite, quiet, waiting there. They have been up there. I can see it on my screen. They were amongst the first. They are always one of the most respectful parties, one of the most passionate parties. And even though I disagree with them on a lot, I want to hear their voice just like I want to hear all Canadians' voices. And I think it's incredibly important that we hear voices across this country, on the internet and in...
The honourable member for pointing it out to me. I will get to one member of the Green Party soon enough. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
So just, Madam Speaker, on the point of order, and I know that it's been, the sticking point on this has been what constitutes a day, so I just want to read some precedent into the record so that you can reflect on it when you ultimately come to this. The speaker from Regina Capel, my colleagues might know who he is. Right, bravo, bravo. He determined that a sitting day was equivalent to an average of 4.7 hours, or approximately 5 hours. He made this ruling following a point of order that was raised when the government moved a time allocation motion in hours, not days. And this is from the debates of June 12th, 2012. You can find that on page 9,231 to 9,236, and on June 18th of the same year, pages 9,680 to 81. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Windsor West on a point of order.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to get into the thrust of this. Aside from this, as saying, I would ask the Conservative members that are calling you personally a disgrace to stop doing so, and those who actually apologize. And so, as we go through this rough road, we can at least have some self-respect if there is no decorum. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I appreciate the honourable member's words. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'd like some guidance. My hand was actually, I appreciate the assistance from colleagues, but I'd made a point of order which you rejected. My hand was up for purpose of putting a question to the minister. I don't believe that the current motion before us is legitimate, by the way, Madam Speaker, but I am prepared to put questions to the minister to ask why he is prepared now to put closure through on a committee, a process we haven't seen in several decades. So do I ask the question to the minister now, Madam Speaker, or speak to a point of order?
Of order, so I have the honourable member for Lethbridge.
Wow, thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable parliamentary secretary in a minute. Yes.
Madam Speaker, my point of order, just looking for some clarification. When we originally, it's been a bit of a schmoz. So we raised some points of order. A member in this House got cut off partway through his point of order. The Speaker insisted on then going into 30 minutes. Now we're back to points of order, which I appreciate. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious then, was the clock stopped during those 30 minutes in order to resume that once the points of order have been heard?
Yes, as it should. It was stopped, yes.
Speaking time is protected. I have another point of order, but I'll allow you to go to others first.
The honourable member for Central Okanagan, and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I hate to throw more onto the docket, but I've been informed that the NDP are not supporting this, and I named them earlier as having been partnered with the government. I want to apologize to those NDP members, and I thank them for telling me I was misinformed.
I appreciate it. The honourable member for Sherwood. Yes. Who is saying point of order on hybrid? Okay, the honourable leader of the government in the House, yes. Oh my God.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I did want to raise what I believe is a point of order. In listening to what's been taking place over the last half hour, it brings me back to a time in which an issue was decorum inside the chamber during a budget debate. And if you will recall, it was the behavior of the official opposition which ultimately left storming out of the chamber, banging desks and so forth. And the speaker at the time in the chair had put and made a ruling. The official opposition did not support it, and they ended up walking out of the chamber. Madam Speaker, here's the issue. You've made a decision, and you are prepared to allow it to continue. The difference between your position and the other incident that I referenced is we are in a hybrid system. I've counted at least 4 or 5 Conservative members as you entertained, rightfully so, as the Speaker, decorum, but we need to put into place something that allows individuals that want to hear the questions and answers when there's inappropriate behavior coming virtually. If it was in the chamber, you would have the Sergeant at Arms remove the person. But you don't have that tool. And I would raise that as something that you could take into consideration. And at some point, I think the House does need to deal.
Agreed. The Honourable Member for Portage Liskeard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just do have to correct my honourable Liberal colleague from Manitoba. I do recall when we in opposition pounded the desks and did not let the Finance Minister, Bill Morneau, deliver a budget. It was not because the Speaker had delivered a ruling. It was because we didn't believe that Bill Morneau was fit to be Finance Minister after all of his ethical lapses. So that I do recall that quite well. Madam Speaker, my suggestion respectfully would be, I think that the issue here is because this is such a rare maneuver that the government is taking, and because there needs to be confidence that it is indeed in order, and I understand that you believe it is in order, but you've also indicated a number of times over the last half hour that you don't have the answers as to why you believe it is in order, but we trust that you are confident that you will get those answers. Why not suspend? And go speak with your officials, those who are assisting you. That's absolutely reasonable. And then you can come back when you feel confident that you indeed have the answers and that you can make your point and have the confidence of everyone that it is in order, because it's a rare issue that's coming before us. My suggestion and my request would be that you suspend. Here.
The Honourable Member for Parry Sound Muskoka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to clarify, I think this was sort of brought up, but Deputy Speaker ruled on June 12th, which has already been mentioned, 2012, that points of order raised during time allocation debate does not count against the 30 minutes provided for the debate. I just want to be absolutely clear. You didn't really speak to it, but I want to be absolutely clear that that is in fact the case here, that the points of order being raised right now in this House will not count against the 30 minutes of debate on the issue.
No, the clock has been stopped, as I've already answered previously. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And just 2 points of follow-up from the discussion of the points of order that I wanted to raise. First of all, in response from the member for Kingston and the Islands, who is using stickers on his computer as a prop, but I'll let you deal with that separately. In response to the points of order raised by the member for Kingston and the Islands, who spoke about precedents set by the admittedly very wise, thoughtful, and effective speaker from Regina Capel previously, who said that time allocation for a day applies to a certain number of hours. That was based on the House. And the precedent he cited that the speaker from Regina Capel ruled on was not with respect to the length of a sitting day at committee. It was with respect to the sitting day in the House. So the member for Kingston and the Islands is, as we've come to expect, incorrectly citing a precedent. What we don't have is clarity about what constitutes a sitting day for the purposes of a committee. Now, one of the reasons this is relevant is because committees sit for much longer days. The sitting day of a committee, effectively, it begins at 8:45 in the morning is the time when committees can start sitting. I'm part of a committee that routinely sits to 9:30 at night, sometimes later in this time zone, and even later if you're on the East Coast. So the question of a sitting day, the framework used by the member for Regina Capel for establishing the length of a sitting day was based on how long the House sits, which is on average for a period of about 5 hours. But if you take into consideration how long committees sit for, it's actually more than 12 hours. That is the available sitting day for parliamentary committees. It is a different length of sitting day. And so the member, in the motion as well as in the arguments made by the member for Kingston and the Islands, he is applying the sitting day of the House to a committee. But they're in fact different bodies with different lengths of day. And the procedure that was used by the Speaker at that time was to say what constitutes a sitting day in normal times in the context of that body, which was 5 hours for this House, and to say, therefore, that is what we mean by a sitting day in this House. So if we were to apply the identical procedure to committees, using, I think, more correctly the precedent that was put forward by the Speaker, we would say that a sitting day is, let's say the House and its committee, the committees of the House function between 8:45 and 9:30. That's 12 hours and 45 minutes. So it would be, I think, a more correct application of that procedure to say that based on the ruling made by that member, it was a 12 hours and 45-minute period of time. I think that would be the correct application of the ruling, of the precedent that had been previously set by the Speaker from Regina Capel, just building off and I think also correcting the points made by the member who has stickers on his laptop, which violates the rules on props. Now, I wanted to also just return briefly to my previous point of order was with respect to the issue of members' rights and privileges in terms of moving amendments at committees. And the fact that I have a number of amendments that I've given notice of, that I think I have support for at the committee, that are in order, that have strong stakeholder support, that I may not now be able to move because the motion prevents me from doing so. Now, I want to just underline that we are dealing with maybe more, but at least two distinct questions of order with respect to this motion. One is one initially raised by the member of Lethbridge, that is around the length of the day. The other was raised by myself with respect to the issue of amendments at committees. And so those are separate issues which do require separate rulings with respect to the degree to which with respect to whether this particular motion is in order. And when I first raised that, you said you'd come back on that. So I think we certainly haven't heard anything in terms of a ruling on that second question. So the House does need to hear certainly with respect to that second issue. Given that we have many issues, but these two in particular which require rulings, especially the second one, we've had no indication of where the chair intends to rule on it. I would just say that I agree with the suggestions of our deputy leader in saying that this is one of those matters on which we need to have the clear information and the data, and as well as the precise ruling coming from the Speaker. And there is a lot of precedent in this House for when governments or other parties or other members try to do things that are unprecedented, things that are controversial, that we have an opportunity for arguments to be heard, made, and frankly, it's much more common for members to have the opportunity to come back to the House with arguments. There may be members that would like to reflect over the weekend on the particulars of the motion and make arguments to the House on those issues. We actually didn't see this motion until it was initially moved in the House. We had noticed last night that the government intended to move a motion with respect to time allocation in committees, but we didn't know whether it was going to be the 5 hours, whether it was going to be the 12 hours and 45 minutes that I've sort of mused about, and whether members would have had the opportunity to move amendments or not. So I think it's very important that reasonably on a groundbreaking issue like this that is just so important for the freedoms of parliamentarians as well as Canadians, that members be given the opportunity to come back to the House and share arguments, members who may not have been following the proceedings precisely, to note that motion and to bring arguments as well. This, I think, is the way the House has always operated on these kinds of matters, and I think it's important that we proceed in that way as well. The rights and privileges of this House, of its members, wherever they sit, need to be protected. And members are, I think, right to zealously defend their privileges, because the principle of order in the House is based on the consent of members. The Speaker is not imposed on the House by some external body. The Speaker isn't directly elected. It's not appointed by a monarch. The Speaker has had this beautiful, crucial role since the beginning of parliaments, which is as the voice of the House, as the servant of the House. And so the Speaker cannot seek to impose a particular interpretation of the rules that defies clearly the consensus of members. And if that attempt happens, if there's ever a way in which it seems like there's a risk of the Speaker's role moving away from those historic traditions, members have to stand up and defend the prerogatives of this House, the prerogatives of members, and the appropriate relationship that is supposed to exist between the members of this House and the chair. And we do so, Madam Chair, with eminent respect for your office and for the challenges in discharging it. There are many challenges. In fact, many of the early speakers of this House were executed by the monarch, which reflects the willingness of those speakers to serve the House and the point is it's a challenging job, and we acknowledge that it's a challenging job. But the role of the chair is crucial in defending the rights and prerogatives of the House. And to just respond briefly to the Kingston, the absurd heckles, even more absurd than usual heckles from the member for Kingston and Isles. I was not in any way implying the things he was.
I think we've heard all the arguments, and I am now ready to rule on the point of order raised by the honourable member for Lethbridge. I'm ruling on a point of order made by the honourable member for Lethbridge. I've started my ruling. Yes, and we are approaching 11 o'clock where we have to go to statements by members. Okay, so I'm ruling. I'm going to rule on the honourable member's point of order, initial point of order. I am going to rule on the member of Lethbridge point of order, and we can go back to points of order after we deal with the statements by members and oral questions. The honourable member for Carleton.
Yes, for your ruling to have weight, it must be presented. Members of the House must have had the opportunity to hear the debate that led to that ruling. In the middle of the recent, the member for Edmonton, he was making, sorry, what was your riding? Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, which is not in Saskatchewan, but in Alberta. But if I could.
I think the member is going to tell me about French and English interpretation, but it was available.
Madam Speaker, it wasn't the issue of French and English, although that is a very important issue because we are a bilingual country. The issue was audibility. The member for Edmonton, Fort Saskatchewan, was in the middle of speaking when the member for Kingston began to yell and scream about kings and monarchs and other matters that are unrelated to the debate. That rendered the member for Edmonton, Fort Saskatchewan inaudible to members of the House, and therefore we are not able to judge whether or not your ruling includes the comments that he has made in this debate. Now, being the member for Edmonton, Fort Saskatchewan, I think his views are particularly important to this particular matter because, of course, Edmontonians have a profound history of defending their freedoms and their freedoms of expression that go back many generations. And that is why I think this member has raised the point. That is the role of the House of Commons, to raise issues on the floor of the chamber that reflect the values of their constituents. But if the member for Kingston begins speaking with such volume that the member for Fort Saskatchewan cannot be heard, it's not the member from Fort Saskatchewan who is silenced. It is the 100,000 constituents who live in his riding, whose voices do not resound in this august chamber. And that leaves you in a position where you're expected to render a ruling without having heard the arguments because of the obnoxious behavior of one particular member on the other side. And I note that, we have here a number of Conservative members, Bloc and NDP members who are here contributing to the debate, but one member in the Liberal caucus is making more noise than all of us combined. And that is rendering the debate inaudible.
Lenient in allowing this debate to proceed. I see the honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London Rising.
Madam Speaker, I recognize that this is a very difficult topic, so I would ask that we actually move to statements of the day, then go to question period, and then reconvene to this discussion.
Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Sorry. Speaker, I rise this morning on a very somber occasion. It is June 4th, the first anniversary of the killing of a beautiful young mother, a beautiful member of the community of the Nuu-chah-nulth Nation. Chantel Moore was killed a year ago today. As I speak here, the honourable member for Fredericton has joined Chantel Moore's mother at a memorial service taking place in Fredericton. It has been a year since Chantel Moore was killed. We know her killer. We know his name. He's a member of the Edmundston, New Brunswick police force. He killed her in the threshold of her home. She was shot 5 times. This was in the course of a wellness check. Madam Speaker, I'm wearing yellow. It was Chantel Moore's favorite color. Her mother would like us to wear yellow dresses for all of those Indigenous people shot, killed, and injured by police forces across Canada. Since Chantel's killing, there have been 2 more members of the same Indigenous nation shot by the RCMP. And this must stop, Madam Speaker. Let us fight for Chantel Moore, her memory, and the truth.
The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame.
How are you? Mr. Speaker, it is with great sadness I rise today.
So first of all, I wanted to thank you for your advocacy on this. And
I apologize, but the Honourable Member for Northumberland is not on mute. Could you please mute your microphone? The Honourable Member for Northumberland, can you mute your phone? The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay's Central Notre Dame, please proceed.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, it is with great sadness I rise today to honour Pastor Ralph Benson, who died tragically last month. Pastor Benson faced many challenges as a young man, but through his relationship with our Saviour, he persevered to become a pillar in his church, his family, and all of Newfoundland and Labrador. Known for having an infectious energy and huge heart for people, he served Gander and the surrounding area in many ways. Pastor Benson was always there to support and to love. Serving with him through it all is Paulette, his wife. They raised 3 wonderful children, Melissa, Adam, and Melanie, and that brings us to perhaps his best role, Poppy. His love and pride of his grandchildren was limitless. Nick, Julia, Daniel, Gracie, Avery, Luke, and Jesse, they will walk with his spirit for the rest of their lives. The loss of Pastor Benson leaves a great hole in our lives and in our hearts. And on behalf of all of us here in the House of Commons, our condolences to the families and Pastor Benson. We will think of you often until we see you again. Thank you. God bless.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Madam Speaker, last month the community of Tomahawk faced a wildfire. Preparing for the worst-case scenario, certain areas of the community were evacuated. From the start of the fire, food and monetary donations poured in, and there were numerous offers to help transport and board livestock. I'm in awe at the strength of Tomahawk and surrounding area and proud to represent a community so dedicated to helping one another in times of need. This crisis brought the community together and perfectly showcases what it means to be an Albertan. I would also like to congratulate all the 2021 graduates in my riding of Yellowhead who have supported each other while doing part of their school year online. These graduates worked through the challenges presented to them and succeeded. Congratulations, class of 2021, on your hard work and dedication. Remember, this is only the beginning of what you will accomplish.
The Honourable Member for Davenport.
Madam Speaker, I rise in the House today to pay tribute to Tony de Souza, a beloved member of the Portuguese community. Tony tragically passed away from cancer on May 26 at the age of 63. An entrepreneur born in Lourinhã, Portugal, he made Canada his home in 1970. Throughout his life, he remained deeply connected to his roots and dedicated to the continued success of the Portuguese community in Canada. As president of the Portuguese Cultural Centre of Mississauga for 6 years, Tony was a leader who worked tirelessly to keep Portuguese traditions, culture, and language alive. He was particularly committed to engaging youth and fostering the love of Portuguese music, dance, and culture in the next generations. As one of the local Portuguese newspapers, Millennial, said, he died too young with still too much fado to listen to, too much music to dance to, and many traditions and cultures still left to live. He will always be fondly remembered, and his contributions will be honored and never forgotten. Our deepest condolences to his wife, Louise, daughter and son-in-law, Michelle and Bruno, and granddaughter, Jessica. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
I have a dream. It's not a big dream. I dream of sitting on a patio with a cold beer and some friends. I dream of seeing my mom, who I haven't seen in a year and a half. I dream of seeing my brother and my sister and my little nieces who are growing like wild weeds. I dream of watching the very first match of the Cochrane Ontario Cricket League, and I don't even know if I like cricket. I dream of ICU wards that are not full of people desperately trying to stay alive. I dream that the states of emergency in Fort Albany, Timmins, and Moosonee will be lifted so people can travel and see their loved ones. And to make this dream a reality, I'm willing to do my part. I'm going to get that second dose. I am going to limit contact and break that chain of transmission. And I dream that this nation will come out of these very terrible times a better nation, a more compassionate nation, that we will learn the lessons from these very, very hard months to come together to build a country that leaves no one behind. That's my dream, and I'm looking forward to that beer.
The Honourable Member for Orleans. Madam Speaker, yesterday, June 3rd, was World Bicycle Day, a day to raise awareness about road safety and the importance of active transportation for our communities. I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize the government's efforts in supporting active transportation policies, as well as its support for our municipalities, which allows us to revitalize and beautify our neighborhoods. On Monday, I had the opportunity to join with my colleague, Councillor Matthew Luloff, in announcing the construction of a picnic area at Queenswood Ridge Park in Orleans, made possible by the investment of over $1 million in our community through Infrastructure Canada's COVID-19 Municipal Resiliency Fund. Gazebos, crosswalks, and a multi-use trail that will allow for safe cycling are among the projects approved in our community. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Essex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, at the outset of the pandemic, Canadians facing hardships were promised the support they needed. Today, I stand with the MP for Kildolda and St. Paul to bring attention to a maternity benefit issue that needs urgent action. So many mothers have lost their jobs during the pandemic. Those still working have reduced hours and may not qualify. Some Chrysler workers from my riding may face layoffs until the fall. New mothers and pregnant women currently receiving EI benefits may be forced back to work within weeks of giving birth. They will need to file a new claim requiring new insurable hours to qualify. Madam Speaker, these moms should not have to cut short precious time with their newborn children. As a temporary measure, Conservatives are calling on the government to allow expectant mothers and new mothers on EI to receive their full maternity benefits regardless of insurable hours. Time is running out for these mothers, Madam Speaker. To quote my colleague, protecting maternity benefits is something all parliamentarians can support.
Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, the downing of Flight PS 752 has struck a chord with my constituents and the Iranian Canadian community. The long road to have full accountability, justice, and reparation has been challenging with little transparency on the part of government of Iran. Throughout this painful journey, the Canadian government and strong community voices continue to lead on this fight. On May 20th, 2021, the Ontario Supreme Court joined this fight and ruled that the downing of Flight PS 752 was an act of terrorism. In addition to the step taken by our government to date, a path to permanent residency for families of the victims and the appointment of Mr. Payam Akhavan as a senior advisor on PS 752 case are other key steps.
I have to interrupt the Honourable Member. L'Honourable Député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. There's a problem with the simultaneous translation.
So, do you have interpretation now? Can you get it? The Honourable Member is invited to start again, please, because we didn't get interpretation from the start.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the downing of Flight PS 752 has struck a chord with my constituents and the Iranian Canadian community. The long road to have full accountability, justice, and reparation has been challenging with low transparency on the part of the government of Iran. Throughout this painful journey, the Canadian government and strong community voices continue to lead on this fight. On May 20th, 2021, the Ontario Supreme Court joined this fight and ruled the downing of Flight PS 752 was an act of terrorism. In addition to the step taken by our government to date, a path to permanent residency for families of victims and appointment of Mr. Payam Akhavan as a senior advisor on the PS 752 case are other key steps in continuing an approach of support and the strive for just closure.
Let there be no mistake. Those who involved will be held responsible through all means and tools available in both courts of law and people. I would like to thank the Government of Canada for their ongoing leadership and support for all who have been impacted.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. June 2nd was Lou Gehrig Day, and June is ALS Awareness Month. Lou Gehrig was one of the best baseball players to play the game. After his diagnosis of the disease that would one day bear his name, he told Yankees fans that even though they'd read about his bad break, he considered himself the luckiest man on earth. That was 1939. My friend, Tim Robertson, lived with ALS for 13 years, and Tim had that same attitude. Whether it's sporting events or Sherpa-ing my signs during election campaigns, Tim never let the disease define him. But little has changed since 1939 for those diagnosed with ALS. Today, there is still no cure. But ALS Canada provides services and support, funds research, and advocates for change. So on June 20th, I'll be joining Tim's wife, Beth, and walking virtually in the Walk to End ALS. Join us and support ALS Canada. Thank you, Madam.
The Honourable Member for Regina Luan.
For 15 months, Canadians have been asked to deal with a lot of very difficult situations, from lockdowns to celebrating family holidays without family to saying goodbye to loved ones in a detached and unfamiliar way. I truly believe the end of COVID-19 is in sight. I want to thank all frontline workers and their families for their hard work and dedication during the pandemic. Madam Speaker, one province has shown true leadership during this pandemic. That is my home province. The residents of Saskatchewan have been diligent, have done what they were asked to do, and as a result, we're returning to normal faster than every other province. Premier Moe announced that if 70% of people aged 12 and up are vaccinated by June 20th, then Saskatchewan will lift all restrictions by July 11th. This means family barbecues, live music, and kids playing sports in ballparks, baseball fields, and football fields. And of course, all of us in Saskatchewan are looking forward to hearing the roar of Rider Nation at Mosaic Stadium. Madam Speaker, I hope all Canadians can have a Saskatchewan summer.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few days ago, I met virtually with a group of amazing students from Miss Sesto's grade 6 class at Emily Carr Public School at London West. They all wrote me letters demonstrating their passion for global justice and equality, showing that even at a young age, they are bright, articulate, and well-informed global citizens. Ava, writing to raise awareness about the millions of girls around the world who aren't going to school, writes, "Think of all the potential every girl has. We are stronger together." Ahmed urges us to do more to seriously address climate change, or else, quite truthfully, he writes, countless people are going to die. It is inspiring and sobering to see young Canadians so engaged on complex, serious issues, such as support for refugees, child soldiers, and landmines. As the Member of Parliament for London West, I am pleased to have the opportunity to highlight some of the concerns of my youngest constituents to this chamber. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the students at Emily Carr.
The Honourable Member for Stevenson Richmond East.
Madam Speaker, the goddess of democracy carries a torch lit through historic action. One brave man carrying great burden, standing in front of a column of tanks, gunfire and tanks used against peaceful students and workers. Then thousands inspired with umbrellas on the streets facing police in their riot gears because they believe in something greater for their nation. For 32 years, the people of Hong Kong have carried their torches. Be it rain or shine, they continue to seek freedom and democracy, peace, prosperity, a responsible and contributive China. This year, for fear of increasing state retaliation, they cannot. They have been forbidden from remembering the truth of events. This is why we must now carry the great burden, our umbrella torches. We join the world in carrying the torch of Lady Democracy. Liberty, much like Tiananmen, must never be forgotten. 8964.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen, Nicola.
Madam Speaker, The iconic image of a single protester standing in front of a large row of tanks in Tiananmen Square is something I will never forget. I was 12, and I will always remember the images of those tanks rolling through student demonstrators in Beijing. Those students were peacefully protesting political corruption, economic inequality, and severe restrictions on their personal freedom and speech. The Chinese government imposed martial law, sent 300,000 soldiers into Beijing, and killed demonstrators. These were their own people, their own citizens. Prime Minister Mulroney saw the Chinese Communist regime for what it was in 1989. His government took a firm stance against those catastrophic events inflicted on the Chinese people. 32 years later, 2 Canadians sit in a Chinese prison on trumped-up charges. Genocide is being committed against the Uyghur ethnic minority in China. Let us not forget the lessons taught to us on June 4th, 1989. Let's honor the memories of those that lost their lives speaking out against tyranny. I urge this Prime Minister to stand up for Canadian values when it comes to the Chinese Communist regime.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
The Liberal government's National Action Plan to implement the Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls 231 Calls for Justice was finally released yesterday. Sadly, instead of an actual plan, CUPE Chief Judy Wilson called it, quote, a bunch of aspirational statements with promises we have all heard before. What the Liberal government needed to do is to say clearly that Canada is responsible for the historic and ongoing genocide and outline the steps with a timeline and accountability measures to end this colonial violence against Indigenous women and girls. The Liberal government's failure to deliver an actual plan means genocide is going to continue. Since the national inquiry, hundreds of women and girls have gone missing and murdered. This is appalling, as the government's refusal to stop taking Indigenous children to court as devastating as the impact of residential schools. The government is out of excuses and must step up and take full responsibility to end this colonial violence.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On June 6th, we'll be commemorating our military's role at a pivotal time in World War II, the Normandy landing. Historian Sébastien Vincent has compiled accounts from French-Canadian soldiers who participated in the operation, including that of infantryman Émilien Dufresne of the Chaudière Regiment. And I quote him, Judas Priest, that morning of June 6, 1944, I remember coming face to face with death, the real thing, cold and clammy. It seemed inevitable despite all our plans for victory. I'm up to my shoulders in water with my rifle raised high above my head. I know this rifle has to be protected at all costs. My life depends on it. To the French and English Canadians who participated in D-Day, your courage will always be a credit to you. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Madam Speaker, the discovery of a mass grave at a former residential school in Kamloops has shocked the entire nation, including my constituents in Carleton. The nation grieves the lost little ones and the families that lost them. Since the news, I've spoken with the former chief from Kamloops, Manny Jules, who rightly reminded us of the need to immediately implement Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action 70 through 78. For example, 74 calls upon the federal government to work with churches and Aboriginal leaders to inform the families of children who died at residential schools of the child's burial and to respond to families' wishes for appropriate commemoration ceremonies and markers and burial in home communities where requested, end quote. That is the very least we can do. It is only the start. Reconciliation is a long journey, and it requires action and action now, so that we may move forward together.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
I speak to you now from the unceded traditional lands of the Kanien'kehá:ka people, what we know today as Montreal. What happened to Indigenous peoples in residential schools is unconscionable. 215 bodies were found in a Kamloops residential mass grave. This happened here in the Canada we call home. The residential school policy of killing the Indian in the child led to horrendous acts acts the Truth and Reconciliation concluded amounted to cultural genocide. I have elementary-aged girls. I can't begin to imagine the terrible pain parents felt when their children were ripped from their loving homes and never came back. As a society, we must continue to fully reconcile with Indigenous peoples through self-learning and self-reckoning, as difficult as this is. Through this, I hope that we, as a country, will become an example of reconciliation.
Questions orales.
Oral question.
Honorable.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Madam Speaker, Canadians need jobs. Throughout the pandemic, workers have faced instability and uncertainty. Rising house prices and difficulties living under lockdown are only a few of the reasons why we need stability. We learned today that we lost 68,000 jobs in Canada just in May. The Prime Minister had promised 1 million new jobs. Why is he making promises that he can't keep? The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would point out the obvious to the honourable member that the recent jobs report is a factor not of some fundamental flaw with our nation's economy, but instead of public health measures that have been put in place to protect the public's health and, in fact, secure the long-term interest of our economy. I'd also point him to the fact that after the second wave we saw in Canada in February and March, more than 560,000 jobs added to the economy. The reality is we know the best thing we can do to protect our economy is to launch a strong public health response, and if the honourable member opposes those public health measures designed to protect Canadians, he should say so.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Madam Speaker, before the pandemic, the unemployment rate was below 6%. Now we're in an economic recovery phase, and we expect the rate to start to return to normal levels. However, the unemployment is moving in the opposite direction. According to Statistics Canada, it increased to 8.2% from 8.1%. With the Liberal Party, we're not gaining ground, we're losing ground. When will the Prime Minister change direction? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for pointing out that before the pandemic, because of the measures our government had put in place, we actually achieved the lowest unemployment rate since we started keeping track of those statistics in Canada more than 40 years ago. With respect, our strategy in response to the public health emergency has been to launch the strongest public health response possible and to put financial supports in place for households and businesses, because we know in the long term our recovery depends on their participation. I'm pleased to see that the honourable member would support these initiatives that are designed to support households and businesses, because that's what's going to help protect Canadian jobs in the long term.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Madam Speaker, you know that the unemployment rate continues to rise and Canadians are beginning to get discouraged. They even stopped giving up or stopped looking for work. We have to admit that Canada and Canadians are losing hope. We lost 68,000 jobs in May, and this is added to the 207,000 jobs lost in April. What will the government focus and do what it said for Canadian jobs and workers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it is sincerely disappointing to see that Canada's Conservative Party is misrepresenting the statistics. What is actually happening is, yes, we've seen a decline in job numbers this month, but it's because provincial governments have done the responsible thing to restrict certain activities to protect the public's health and secure the long-term economic outlook of the Canadian economy. The member forgets that in February and March, there's been over 560,000 jobs added to the economy. Canadians deserve honesty in this conversation. And one honest fact, Madam Speaker, is the best thing we can do to protect the long-term economic outlook for Canada is to launch a strong...
The honourable member for Carleton.
Well, the member blames these disastrous job numbers on provincial health restrictions that this Prime Minister made necessary by his COVID response failures. He failed on vaccines, failed to close the borders to COVID hotspots, and now we've lost another 68,000 jobs, the second consecutive month of catastrophic job loss, while the Americans added 500,000 1 million new jobs. We now have the second highest unemployment in the G7, even though all those other countries have COVID too. The difference is they have COVID, we have a Liberal government, and that's why Canadians are losing their jobs.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the honourable member criticizes the government's public health response. I would remind him that Canada recently became the highest ranked country of any G20 nation in terms of the number of people who've gotten the first dose of their vaccine. If he'd like to compare us to the Americans, I would point him to the fact that we've now had 80.9% of the jobs recovered compared to 65.9% in the United States. Our labour force participation is higher in Canada and the United States. The reality is the Canadian economy is on stable footing, as reaffirmed recently by the credit rating agencies across the world. We are on stable footing. We will see these jobs come back.
The honourable member for Carleton.
He cites jobs recovered. Well, we had so much more unemployment in this country and so many more people who needed to recover their jobs because this government's failure had driven unemployment so much higher than our competitors. In fact, we have higher unemployment than the US, the UK, Japan, Germany, France. Only socialist Italy, which this government is trying to replicate, has worse unemployment than Canada. And as for doses, other countries are onto their second dose, while we only have single digits who have had that. Why is this government killing?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
It is insincere for the honourable member to suggest that we have underperformed compared to our international counterparts. The reality is, if he actually wants to dig into the raw data, we have more Canadians working as a portion of our labour force today than the Americans. When he criticizes my argument about the number of jobs recovered, I express it as a proportion. So his argument falls apart entirely on the basis that we've somehow lost more jobs. The reality is Canada has launched one of the most ambitious recovery plans. It has saved millions of Canadians' family from unnecessary hardship. We will continue to be there for Canadians as long as it takes, no matter what it takes, and it's disappointing.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, we know that it takes forever to get through the immigration process at the federal level, but what we've learned from the Information Commissioner is that they're deciding when they can ask questions. The Commissioner revealed that the Department of Immigration was arbitrarily requesting extra time to avoid responding to requests for access to information about people who want to know where their file has ended up. Will they respect the Access to Information Act and respond to immigrants who want to know about their file? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, our government is committing to openness and transparency, and we have seen an increase of 36% in access to information requests. We continue to move forward because most of the delays are treated within the 30 days, and we see a 26% increase over last year. We will continue with our efforts. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, we learned last month that the Minister voluntarily delayed requests for permanent residence applications from qualified workers picked by Quebec. Not only were the files delayed, but the access to information requests by people were delayed as well. These are completely arbitrary, adding to already long waiting times. It's even worse for applicants from Quebec. The minister is putting the future of families and individuals at the bottom of the pile. When will the minister start resolving these delays instead of making things worse? Madam Speaker, here is the results. We are working hard, including on the family class. We have added resources, moved to digital files, prioritized family reunification. We've already supported more than 14,000 foreign workers in Quebec's agricultural sector. It's good for Quebec, it's good for the economy, and we will continue to work together with our partners in Quebec because immigration is important for economic strategy across the country. The Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. The leaders of Air Canada are acting like crooks. They got $6 billion in public funds. They took advantage of the emergency wage subsidy for employees. They are laying off thousands of workers shamelessly. They are giving themselves obscene bonuses at the expense of real people. Why is the minister not condemning Air Canada? How can she imply this is outside her mandate? Is she afraid of attacking big companies? Who called the shots? The Honourable Minister.
Actually, Madam Speaker, I'd like to correct the honourable member. As the minister pointed out, the behaviour of Air Canada is completely unacceptable in these circumstances. The notion that you should be issuing large bonuses to corporate executives at a time you're taking public funds designed to support workers is not fair, and Canadians see that. I'd like to point out for the honourable member that we've made changes to the wage subsidy program to insist that companies will have to pay back their wage subsidy if they increase executive compensation. And in the recent deal that we struck with Air Canada, we've placed a cap on executive compensation, and they will not be able to avoid that cap until 1 full year after they have paid back every dollar owed to the Canadian taxpayer.
The honourable member for New Westminster Burnaby.
That it's not just Air Canada that's taking public funds and paying big executive bonuses, because this Prime Minister seems to be giving unprecedented support to the banks and billionaires through this pandemic. Banks have received $750 billion in liquidity supports through government institutions. They've made nearly $60 billion in pandemic profits. And banks are repaying Canadians by jacking up bank fees. This government has the tools to prevent gouging. They are choosing not to use them. At this difficult time, why are the Liberals letting the banks rip off Canadians with higher bank fees?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd point out first to the honourable member that some of the supports he's referring to were offered by independent organizations to the banks to allow them to loan more money to Canadians to help provide relief for mortgage payments. The reality is the wage subsidy program was designed to support workers, and I'm pleased to report that it's helped keep more than 5.3 million Canadian workers on the payroll so they can contribute to the economic recovery and were able to put food on the table in the interim. The reality is, Madam Speaker, that member voted against our opportunities to actually raise taxes on the wealthiest 1% so we could cut them for the middle class. When he had an opportunity to send less money to millionaires through the Canada Child Benefit and put more money in the pockets of 9 out of 10 Canadian families, he voted against it as well. So
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, in Bill C-10, the Liberals are attacking freedom of expression and net neutrality. Today, guess what? They are now attacking the freedom of expression of parliamentarians, studying the bill in committee by imposing a gag order. It boggles the mind. The problem with the bill is freedom of expression, and to resolve the issue, they're imposing a gag order with the complicity of the Bloc Québécois. Is there a single Liberal, any Liberal in this chamber, brave enough to condemn this anti-democratic move? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Madam Speaker, if I may. Thank you. First of all, I want to say that the premise of the question is false, because independent public servants conducted an analysis of C-10, and according to their independent analysis, and the Deputy Minister came to testify before the committee to say that C-10 is in accordance with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. There is a section in C-10 that has already been passed by the committee that sets out that the CRTC must exercise its power within the limits of freedom of expression, artistic expression and creation. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Madam Speaker, by trying to silence Conservatives by imposing a gag order, the minister is doing something unacceptable. The Liberals have been ignoring the opinion of experts, university professors, former commissioners of the CRTC, and thousands of Canadians defending freedom of expression and net neutrality. Since the very beginning of the study, being a Liberal today would make me ashamed. How can they show such a lack of respect for all Canadians and experts in Canada by imposing a gag order? The Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would remind my colleague that Bill C-10 is based on the Ale report, a commission that worked for more than 18 months that got more than 2,000 briefs from across the country. C-10 is also supported by the artistic communities across the country as a whole, petitions signed by thousands of artists in support of C-10. Even last week in the Globe and Mail, there was a letter from a number of major Canadian artists who also support C-10. The problem with Bill C-10 is that the Conservative Party does not want to help artists. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Madam Speaker, such misinformation. We have nothing against artists. It's the censorship by this minister and the government they're showing us today that they're opposed to net neutrality and freedom of expression on social media. They are trying by any means possible to give more powers to the CRTC, and that if we don't think like liberals, all we need to do is shut our mouths. Worse still, the Liberals have been trying for 6 years to make us believe that the committees are masters of their own domain, and today they're imposing a gag order. The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, what the Conservative Party is doing is attacking artists and creators. Every month that passes, it's $70,000 that the Conservative Party is depriving the artistic community from getting, because all C10 wants to do is to make the web giants pay. And I don't understand, Madam Speaker, how the Conservative Party has decided to stand with some of the wealthiest companies in the planet, like Google, rather than supporting our artists.
Rich.
How low can you go? That's the name of the game when it comes to free speech with this government and its attack time and time and time again. Bill C-10 undeniably threatens the voices of Canadian creators. MPs have contended for them by standing up for their voices, their right to both freely express and be freely heard. What this government is doing now is nothing less than a gag order. Censoring the voices of creators wasn't enough. Now they're having to stop members of Parliament from debating this atrocious bill at committee. Why?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to remind my colleague that the Bloc Québécois supports Bill C-10. The NDP supports Bill C-10. The Greens support the Bill C-10, and obviously the government supports Bill C-10, and artists across the country support Bill C-10. The real question, Madam Speaker, is why has the Conservative Party decided to side with some of the wealthiest companies in the world like Google instead of supporting our artists, Madam Speaker?
Member for Lethbridge.
No other democratic country in the world uses their Broadcasting Act to censor what Canadians post online. Let that sink in for just a moment, because it would appear that the Prime Minister wants Canada to be likened to countries like North Korea and Communist China. Experts have called Bill C-10 the most regressive piece of legislation that they have ever seen. Yet this government is so determined to rush it through, to silence our voices, to move on this piece of legislation, that they are shutting down debate within committee. Why?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, the Conservative Party of Canada saying that they support artists is like when they say that they support climate change, yet they vote down a motion to recognize climate change at their annual meeting. Or they say they support the Charter of Rights, yet 81 of the Conservative members voted this week to strip away women's right to choose. Canadians don't buy it, Madam Speaker, and artists certainly don't buy it. The Conservative Party has never been in favor of artists. As when they were in power, we've seen a number of cutbacks, and it's frankly just more of the same, Madam Speaker.
Member for Lethbridge.
We are talking about free speech, Madam Speaker. The government's Bill C-10 intends to censor artists and creators who are achieving success online. We were in the middle of going through Bill C-10 clause by clause in committee, which is the normal and right legislative process here in this place. Now, the government doesn't want any more problems to be discovered with their bill, which it's plagued with them, by the way. And so now they're shutting us down. Nothing less than a gag order. Why?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yet again, we have more fear-mongering on the part of the Conservative Party. Let me point out that during the first 4 meetings of the committee was able to study 79 amendments. Since the Conservative Party has decided to start systematically obstructing the work of the committee during the last 11 meetings, we were barely able to make it through 7 amendments. If the committee was to start picking up the same pace that it has initially, it would have plenty of enough time to go through all of the remaining amendments. But if we continue going at the rate we're going now, in 6 months' time from now, the bill would still be in front of the committee.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yesterday, the Senate passed a motion calling on the Minister of Immigration to grant citizenship to Raif Badawi. That's exactly the same request unanimously passed by the House in January. It's unanimous. Everybody is asking the minister to take action. I must insist on this unanimous support because it means that even the minister agreed. The minister has the power to grant citizenship to Raif Badawi. He has been in prison for 9 years without committing a crime. His wife and children are waiting in Quebec. When will the minister follow through? The Honourable Minister.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, I want to start by thanking my colleague for his leadership on this matter. I know that there is a lot of energy on their side, and I will continue to work with all the members in the House. We appreciate this motion recently passed by the House and the Senate. We will always defend human rights here in Canada and around the world, and our immigration system is based on compassion and the rule of law. And we can be proud of that. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Madam Speaker, I just said it and I'll repeat it. Yesterday, the Senate called on the government to grant citizenship to Raif Badawi. The House unanimously asked for that in January, back in January. It's been 5 months. The time is passing. I don't know whether the minister realizes how slow time passes in prison in Saudi Arabia. And it's also very long for his wife. It's long for his children. They haven't seen their father for 9 years. What is the minister waiting for to grant citizenship to Raif Badawi? The Honourable Minister. Madam Speaker, as I've already said, I have a great deal of respect for my colleague. I know that this is an important issue. Canada will always defend human rights throughout the world, and we remain very concerned by the detention of Mr. Badawi. It's a very sensitive case, and we will continue to put his safety and security first. All Canadians want Mr. Badawi to be reunited with his family. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Every time this government partners with the communist regime in China, Canadians end up suffering. First, it was the Prime Minister's partnership with China on vaccines that put the lives of Canadians at risk. Now it's the government's foolish investments in the China-led Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. The Prime Minister has given millions of dollars to a bank that invests all over Asia, but not in Canada. Meanwhile, our two Michaels languish in Chinese jails. Why is the Prime Minister partnering with the Chinese Communist government while ignoring two innocent Canadians?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we've said before in this House, Canada will remain firm and resolute in defending our principles and interests when it comes to China. We have a complex and multidimensional relationship with China. It presents many challenges for Canadians. Many of our international partners also face similar challenges, and we're actively engaging with them on all of these issues. Our policies are based on Canadian interests, our fundamental values and principles, including human rights, as well as global rules and strategic partnerships. We'll stand firm and smart in our relationship with China.
Member for Abbotsford.
All talk and no action. The finance minister has refused to say whether she made the return of the two Michaels a condition of throwing millions of taxpayers' money at this China-led bank. She also won't tell Parliament how many Canadian jobs this bank has created or how many of our small businesses have benefited. The lack of accountability is appalling. Meanwhile, it's been over 900 days since China threw the two Michaels into prison. Why does this minister continue to appease China when she can't even secure...
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, there is no appeasement going on. The situation of Michael Kovrig and Michael Spavor weighs on our minds and our hearts and our actions every day. Our ambassadors in touch whenever we're able to get consular access to them, as well as others, including Mr. Schellenberg, and when we try others who we are not able to get access to. We will stand firm, resolute, and smart in our relationship with China. We continue to stress the principles that Canadians expect us to stress, and we'll continue to work with our partners around the globe, ensuring that we find a way to have the international rules-based order and human rights adhered to by China.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Madam Speaker, the government's lack of a plan for safe, permanent reopening and late vaccine deliveries have taken a brutal toll on small businesses. Many still need access to the Canadian Emergency Business Account to have a fighting chance for survival. A keystroke error shouldn't mean weeks or months of delay or denial of access to the government's most basic small business pandemic support. When will the government actually be able, or when will businesses actually be able to correct simple mistakes and typos and qualify for the CEBA?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very pleased to report to this House that yesterday an advisory was sent to our financial institutions. We have found a solution for those new businesses that are having difficulty accessing the CEBA loan program, whether it's the $40,000 initially or the top-up of $20,000 that we introduced in September. I would also like to add that we are working on a number of other initiatives, including a very important initiative that was mentioned in the budget in order to lower credit card transaction fees for our merchants, as well as a new program.
Honourable Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, announcements and promises are not a correction mechanism. Small businesses are drowning in debt and need their customers back. The government's failure to procure vaccines and make prudent use of other tools have kept too many businesses closed for far too long and contributed to the recent brutal jobs numbers. Will this government finally table a plan for areas under its jurisdiction for a safe and permanent reopening?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Of course, as the member opposite knows, it is the provinces and territories that are responsible for imposing local restrictions that may be affecting our small businesses. But what the member opposite should also know is that this federal government has been there since the very beginning in order to support all of our small businesses and all of our entrepreneurs right across the country. We have introduced, of course, the wage subsidy and the rent subsidy, as well as numerous other supports, and extended those supports in the most recent budget. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Madam Speaker, in my riding, wild salmon is key to our cultural and economic health and needs immediate action from the government to survive. In 2019, the Liberals made it clear, both in the election and then in the minister's mandate letter, that fish aquaculture would be changing. The parliamentary secretary has been consulting on this since well before Christmas with the industry, Indigenous leaders, and with the public. Now waiting over 2 months, aquaculture workers and wild salmon advocates are looking for clarity. There is no time to waste. Will the parliamentary secretary give us a date when we can expect to see this report?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I very much appreciate this question. In fact, wild Pacific salmon is a priority for this government. That's why Budget 2021 dedicated $647 million to the recovery of abundance in wild salmon. It's a historic and unprecedented announcement. I also appreciate the opportunity to discuss the report. We have been consulting with stakeholders across British Columbia, and I fully expect that the report will be ready in the next number of weeks.
The Honourable Member for, Courtney Alberni.
Madam Speaker, 1 year ago today, a New Brunswick police officer shot and killed Tloquit First Nation member Chantal Moore during a wellness check. The First Nation and family requested a meeting with the Public Safety Minister and meaningful police reforms to address violence against Indigenous people. Since Chantal was killed, 2 more police shootings, 1 fatal, have occurred to Tloquit community members. What is it going to take for the minister to bring forward police reforms and meet directly with the family and leadership of the New Chelmsford people?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And our thoughts, of course, are with the family and friends during as they mark the anniversary of the tragic death of that young woman, following the tragic passing of Miss Moore, which involved the Edmundston Police Municipal Police Service. I spoke with the New Brunswick Regional Chief and the President of the New Chelmsford Tribal Council to discuss wellness checks and the different roles of the police in our communities. I think it's essential that there always be a timely, transparent, independent investigation in these matters. The Quebec Independent Police Oversight Agency has investigated this case. They've turned over the results to the province's public prosecution services.
The Honourable Member for Surrey Centre.
Madam Speaker, the Surrey region was hard hit by the coronavirus this spring, and nurses, doctors, respiratory therapists, and other healthcare providers have worked around the clock to care for patients and administer vaccines. As we see a decrease in cases across the country and an increase in vaccines administered, I'd like to ask the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Public Services and Procurement, when can more Canadians expect to begin receiving their second dose of the COVID-19 vaccine?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I want to shout out and thank my colleague from Surrey Centre for the question and for his support for frontline healthcare workers, and also to highlight the collaboration with provincial and territorial partners has been key to our vaccine rollouts. Madam Speaker, Canadians are already being scheduled for and receiving their second doses, and every Canadian that wants to be will be fully vaccinated by September. And in fact, my honourable colleague will know that 3.85 million doses have been delivered to his home province, and that's over 2/3 of British Columbians have received at least one dose, and at least 2 million doses are arriving in Canada every week in June and July. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer, Mountain View.
Madam Speaker, rural Canadians have been waiting years for accessible, affordable and reliable internet service. Last week, the Liberal-appointed chair of the CRTC, who has previous ties to big telecom companies, slashed hopes with a reversal of the Commission's previous decision on wholesale access rates. My constituents are tired of this backroom lobbying by large telecom companies. What does the Liberal government consistently refuse to stand up for Canadian consumers, and why has it abandoned its election platform commitment to affordable internet services?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, it's a real pleasure to receive the question from the member. And I would say we're standing up, Madam Speaker, and I think it's we share the same goal with the member, and I think all the members of this House around affordability, competition, innovation. And that's why the member will know that our government has been relentless in promoting competition to lower prices while working to improve the quality and increase the coverage of telecom services in Canada. We are ensuring that Canadians pay affordable prices for reliable internet services, regardless of their postal code. We'll keep on working with service providers, and we will fight for
the honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Madam Speaker, right now the demand for mental health services in Canada is higher than ever, and this government has failed the many struggling Canadians who are still waiting for help. It has been nearly 6 months since this House passed a motion to establish a National Suicide Prevention Hotline. And instead of taking action, the Liberals are passing the buck to the CRTC, causing more delays. Why does this government continue to drag their feet on immediate action to the life-saving initiative?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, on the contrary, since the beginning of our mandate, we have made investments to mental health supports, as we know this has been a critical area of investment prior to COVID, throughout COVID, and post-COVID. Madam Speaker, when it comes to the 3-digit hotline, I'm happy to say that CRTC has announced a consultation period. I implore everyone to provide that feedback. But Madam Speaker, we also have invested in resources now, like Wellness Together Canada, that provide immediate services to over 1 million Canadians, and we will continue to invest in this critical area.
The honourable member for West Nova.
Madam Speaker, the residents along the Avon River, Nova Scotia, are looking for the Minister of Fisheries' final decision on the Windsor Causeway. Her interim decision a few months ago has created chaos along the river. Lake Pisiquid is now a dusty, dry basin, apparently causing respiratory problems for the residents for the town of Windsor. There's reports of fish and turtle kills upstream, where fresh water and salt water are now mixing. The new unpredictable water flow is causing bank erosion, causing nightmares for families and farmers. What decision will the minister make? Abato or no abato?
Mr.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the question. Protecting the environment and biodiversity is a priority for our government, and we remain committed to ensuring adequate passage for fish at the Avon River Tidal Gate. Our department is currently reviewing under the Fisheries Act an application from the government of Nova Scotia for replacing the existing tidal gate. The project will be evaluated for fish passage for all fish species likely to use the Avon River. Thank you very much for this question.
Honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, last year the government entered into an agreement to compensate federal public servants with Phoenix pay damages. And yet 1 year later, retired and former public servants can't even apply, let alone be compensated, because this government has failed to set up a claims process. After 1 year, when will this government stop dragging its feet and see that retired and former public servants receive the compensation they're entitled to?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, my honourable colleague well knows that the Conservatives left us with a brutal mess in terms of the Phoenix pay system, and one that we have had to clean up and, in fact, indeed extend compensation to all public servants and retired public servants and former public servants. We will continue to do that. Public servants have all received their general damages, and retired public servants and former public servants will similarly see this compensation, Madam Speaker.
Honorable député de Repentigny.
Demain marque la journée.
Tomorrow is World Environment Day, Madam Speaker. I'd like to remind you that when this government announced its new greenhouse gas reduction targets, it exempted 735,000 square kilometers from environmental assessment. On May 5th, the Minister of Natural Resources said he saw the oil industry as a partner in the fight against climate change. And he said that this is how we'll achieve carbon neutrality by 2050. How can oil development without environmental assessment on an area as large as half of Quebec fight climate change? The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, we have a bold and ambitious plan to protect our environment, reduce emissions, and create a sustainable economy for our kids and grandkids. And don't take my word for it. The fact that former leader of the BC Green Party and leading climate scientist Andrew Weaver called our pollution pricing plan the gold standard and described our plan as innovative, inspiring climate plan. We are here to protect the environment, fight climate change. It's a crisis, and we're taking significant and bold action, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much.
L'honorable député d'Avignon-la-Métis, Madame Matapédia.
Madame la Présidente, demain marque la journée mondiale.
Tomorrow is World Environment Day. On this occasion, I'd like to remind you that when Ottawa announced its new greenhouse gas reduction targets, it promised to make them law. On April 22nd, the Minister of Heritage said that we will enshrine Canada's 2030 climate change target in Bill C-12. The government has not only not done this, it's fighting in committee to prevent the Bloc from doing it. Why is it refusing to put targets into law, if not because it has no intention of meeting them?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Canadian Net Zero Emissions Accountability Act has a robust accountability and transparency. Just to name a few aspects, it has legally binding process for the federal government to set climate targets and bring forward plans to meet those targets. Rigorous ongoing process reports, yearly reports by the independent advisory body, and ongoing audits by the Office of the Auditor General of Canada. As the Minister has previously stated, we are open to amendments from all committee members, and we look forward to speedy passage of the bill through committee. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Leeuwen.
Madam Speaker, the Business Council of Canada says the government is stifling our economic recovery by not presenting a clear plan to reopen. And now we see the direct result of this inaction with 68,000 job losses in May. In America, the Center for Disease Control has specified what citizens with 2 doses can and cannot do. Premier Moe announced that if 70% of people aged 12 and up are vaccinated, all restrictions in Saskatchewan will be lifted by as early as July 11th. Why is the Prime Minister's default position on reopen plans always no? Clearly, he should be thinking more like our Premier Moe. Where is the Prime Minister's national reopening plan?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd be happy to offer the honourable member a basic lesson in civics. It's the responsibility of provincial governments, as he just alluded to in his question, to bear the responsibility for the economic activities that are permissible in a community. Thankfully, Madam Speaker, his criticism of job numbers is also without merit, as it's a reflection of the provincial public health restrictions that have been put in place to keep people safe. He's now interrupting me because he doesn't have the ability to remain calm when dealing with facts he does not agree with. But the fact of the matter is, Madam Speaker, we have had an excellent record to both protect the public health of Canadians and to support them through this pandemic from the very beginning, and we won't stop until it's done.
Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has announced that next week he will be traveling to Europe for in-person meetings. He's been able to attend these types of meetings virtually for the last several months. I don't doubt that he's itching to travel abroad and put himself an ocean away from parliamentary scrutiny, but there are countless businesses that rely on customers crossing the border who aren't being extended this same courtesy. So which hotel will the Prime Minister be staying at when he returns home, or will he just have the taxpayers of this country pay his new $5,000 fine for him as he walks past the rest of us with his nose in the air?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, when it comes to our border measures, Canada has some of the strictest border measures in the world, and we've done so precisely to add layers of protection. Each of these layers of protection are in place to track, trace, and stop the spread of COVID-19. Madam Speaker, while the Conservatives one day say they want stricter border measures, the next day they say they don't, the only thing consistent with Conservatives when it comes to public health measures is their inconsistency. We won't take lessons from them. We're going to listen to science and experts to make sure we keep...
Honourable Member for Foothills.
Well, I'm glad that this parliamentary secretary said they're going to listen to science and data, because for months we have asked the Liberals to provide data proving that the mandatory quarantine hotels are more effective at limiting the spread of COVID than quarantining at home. But thus far, they've refused to provide that data, likely because it doesn't exist. But the report from the expert panel could not be more clear. The hotel quarantines are expensive and ineffective and should be shut down. They didn't consult provinces when they initiated the hotel quarantine, so they don't need to consult now. Will the Liberals listen to those experts, listen to science and data, and shut down the hotel quarantine program now?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, once again, leave it to Conservatives to have an Ottawa knows best approach. We don't think so. We actually agree with working with provinces and territories on public health measures, including working with them when it comes to lifting restrictions. As I said before, the border measures are in place specifically as layers of protection to track, trace, and stop the spread of COVID-19, which is going to save lives. Again, Madam Speaker, the Conservatives are inconsistent on their border measures. I don't know which day of the week they're going to change.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Madame la Présidente, ce samedi, nous célébrerons la journée.
This Saturday is World Environment Day. This year's theme is restoring ecosystems. Whether it's our forests, plains, or shorelines, we all depend on healthy ecosystems. Could the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment tell this House what our government is doing to restore ecosystems for Canadians today and tomorrow? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Etobicoke Centre for his tireless work to safeguard our environment. Canadians understand the value of nature and wild species and the essential role they play for our health and well-being. This is why our government has committed to conserving a quarter of Canada's lands and oceans by 2025. Thanks to a further investment of over $4 billion for nature in Budget 2021, we'll continue our work with Canadians and Indigenous communities to restore our ecosystems and protect our environment for our kids and our grandkids. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Meadows Maple Ridge.
Madam Speaker, local nonprofits and our youth have faced great challenges during COVID. Canada Summer Jobs is supposed to help them. That's why it's disturbing to learn from applicants like Ridge Meadows Recycling, Fraser North Farmers Market, and Northridge Church that unlike past years, there's no flexibility on the number of positions, hours, or weeks a job can last. The government's lack of flexibility means we have unfilled positions and unemployed youth, the last thing the economy needs. Why are the Liberals making things so difficult?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada's prosperity and post-COVID economic recovery depends on young Canadians getting the education and experience they need to succeed in their careers. That's why the Canada Summer Jobs Program is an important part of our government's youth employment and skills strategy, and we're committed to significantly scaling up this program. Last year, we approved 80,000 Canada Summer Job placements. This year, a record-breaking 150,000 job opportunities are now available through the Canada Summer Jobs Program, meaning more opportunities for young Canadians than ever before. We will continue to be there to help students, young Canadians, through these challenging times.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, after the Prime Minister's embarrassing comments about whipping out our fighter jets, he shifted from air support to training Iraqi soldiers. Canadian soldiers sent to Iraq reported evidence their trainees had committed war crimes, but were ignored. The minister claims no knowledge of the evidence again. His parliamentary secretary told this House the government is no longer training those particular Iraqis, and a rigorous screening process has been put into place. Why were soldiers instructed to ignore evidence of war crimes other than to protect the Prime Minister's decision?
Okay. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Greater peace and security in the world and remains a strong partner in the fight against Daesh. We are committed to meeting our obligations under international and domestic law. Our government takes allegations like these very seriously. We are actively looking into these very troubling allegations since we have learned of them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake. The Honourable Member for Fort McMurray.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, this government has borrowed and spent an unprecedented amount of money in the time they have been in power. In the past year alone, the debt to GDP ratio has grown by almost 20%. If the government insists on dumping all this new spending onto the Canadian economy, how does the Prime Minister expect the prices won't rise? Why is the Liberal government forcing Canadian people to endure the massive inflation that is coming?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his question, but this is a key example of where conservative ideology gets in the way of formulating successful policy. If he has complaints about the amount of money that we're spending, I would point him to the major credit rating agencies. He can take his pick. Moody's, S&P, DBRS, they have all reaffirmed Canada's AAA credit rating. If he's concerned about our debt to GDP ratio, I would point him to the fact that we have the lowest debt to GDP ratio of any G7 economy. The reality is, Madam Speaker, when we launched into this public health emergency of a scale we have never seen before, we decided we would be there for people and for businesses. The effect of that response was...
L'honorable député de Sudbury.
Madame la Présidente, throughout this pandemic, regional development agencies have been an invaluable tool in delivering money directly to businesses that need it most. In Budget 2021, this government signaled our RDAs will continue to play an important role in job creation and economic growth, including with the creation of an independent FedNor. Could the Minister of Economic Development tell this House how an independent FedNor will help Northern Ontario to grow its economy? Merci, Madame la Présidente.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the member of Sudbury for his outstanding advocacy for all of Northern Ontario. Bravo. Canada's regional development agencies have been a key part of our COVID response, and they're going to continue to play an important role as we look towards economic recovery. As we announced in Budget 2021, we're committed to creating an independent FedNor, which will help get support out more quickly to Northern Ontario businesses, organizations, and communities. Our government believes in an economy where no one is left behind, and by empowering a FedNor, we're making sure that people across Northern Ontario get the benefits of job creation and economic growth. Thank you.
Honourable Member for South Okanagan, West Kootenay.
Madam Speaker, this week the International Institute for Sustainable Development recommended that Indigenous governments, leaders and communities play an active role in navigating and benefiting from Canada's journey to net zero as equal partners. New Zealand created the Office of the Maori Climate Commissioner, so Maori are equal partners in how to meet their climate obligations. But here in Canada, instead of working with Indigenous peoples, the government is fighting them in court. Will the government commit to an equal partnership with Indigenous Canadians as we move to net zero?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question and his passion about Canada achieving net zero by 2050, which is a commitment the government has made through Bill C-12 that is making its way through committee. Indigenous knowledge forms a central part of that bill and of the expert committee involved, and that is a commitment by this government and something that we will continue to do to ensure that Canada meets its targets of net zero by 2050. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brampton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This COVID-19 pandemic situation is prevalent here from more than 1 year, and the vaccination is still a shortage in hotspot areas. So why this government is failing to meet up the supply and distribution of the second dose of vaccination to the Canadians across Canada? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And my honourable colleague will know that we are not third, we are not second, but we are first in the G20 and the G7 for first doses of vaccine. Well over 60% of Canadians have received that first dose. 29 million doses have been distributed right across this country and 25 million administered. Canada's proud of its leadership position, and we see cases coming down all over the country, Madam Speaker. We're very happy with how vaccines are proceeding.
And this comes to the end of oral questions. Tabling of documents. Oh, yes. The Honourable Member for Coastal, yes. The Honourable Member for Coast of Bay, Central Notre Dame, on a point of order.
Thank you, Madam. And I want to apologize in the beginning, with your indulgence and that of the House. When I did my member's statement, my mic was not working. I was informed by the IT ambassador. And with the indulgence of the House, I was hoping to repeat my statement.
Does the other members consent to having? So we have consent. The honourable member may proceed.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, it is with great sadness I rise today to honor Pastor Ralph Benson, who died tragically last month. Pastor Benson faced many challenges as a young man, but through his relationship with our Savior, he persevered to become a pillar in his church, his family, and all of Newfoundland and Labrador. Known for having an infectious energy and huge heart for people, he served Gander and the surrounding area in many ways. Pastor Benson was always there to support and love. Serving with him through it all is Paulette, his wife. They raised 3 wonderful children, Melissa, Adam, and Melanie. And that brings us to perhaps his best role, Poppy. His love and pride of his grandchildren was limitless. Nick, Julia, Daniel, Gracie, Avery, Luke, and Jesse, they will walk with his spirit for the rest of their lives. The loss of Pastor Benson leaves a great hole in our lives and in our hearts. And on behalf of all of us here in the House of Commons, our condolences to the family. Pastor Benson, we will think of you often until we see you again. God bless.
Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a point of order. The Minister, in his response on a question of C10, the NDP has supported the process to this point for C10, but we are waiting for full discussion and the final bill to make our decision. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Battle River Crowfoot, in a point of order.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Although I have significant points of order regarding the proceedings of this morning, I will leave those for another time, and specifically would like to call your attention to how important it is that the actions of members on camera also reflect the expectations of those high standards that would be expected in the House. And specifically, this morning, the member from Fleetwood Port Kells held up a sign in his camera that was a picture of a meter that then, and I quote, Madam Chair, BS meter, was displayed clearly for members to see. Madam Speaker, I would urge you to consider this very carefully and whether or not that fits within the decorum that is expected on the very important issues that we debate within this chamber. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I thank the honourable member for bringing it to our attention. We'll look into it and we'll come back to the House. Tabling of documents. The honourable member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to ask you to rule on, and maybe the member wants to comment, the member for Central Nova made a very personal attack on the member for Regina Louvain with respect to his abilities, with respect to his management of his feelings and so forth. I think you'll find that those comments are unparliamentary and should be withdrawn.
I would ask the honourable member of Regina Louvain if he has a point of order to bring it forth, but I don't. Again, we'll review it and come back to the House. I don't. if necessary. Tabling of documents, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the President of the Queen's Privy Council.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36 bracket 8A, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 12 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format. And while I'm on my feet, I move, seconded by the member for Kingston and the Islands, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Gerritsen, moved that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
I believe we can adopt this on division, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much. We would like a recorded vote, Madam.
Call in the members. you. The question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Gerritsen, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. Not when we start a vote. There's already a process in place for members to either intervene by Zoom or try by the app, but that process is in place and we have to proceed. Is this on the technical issues?
Yes.
Yes, the honourable member for. I'm sorry. Yes, please.
Yes, I just had difficulty voting and wasn't able to use the phone app. So I wonder if it could still be recorded as a nay.
The honourable member can use Zoom to vote when we finish the vote. Please. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Miss Harder.
Miss Harder.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diaz.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Cumming.
Mr. Cumming.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période.
The House will now wait for the expiry of the 10-minute voting period online.
Je désire informer la
I wish to inform the House that the voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Nater.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do appear to have been having some technical issues, but I would like to vote against the motion.
Mr. Nader, against.
Ms. Bergen.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I had some issues as well, and I was not able to vote, and so I am going to be voting against the motion.
Ms. Bergen, against.
Mr. Kimmage.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Sorry, I wasn't able to finish my vote through the app. I vote nay.
Mr. Kimmage, against. Count.
Mr. Upal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also had some issues with the app, and I vote nay, vote against.
Mr. Upal, against. Count.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I also had some difficulties voting, and I would like my vote to be recorded as nay.
Ms. Rempel-Garner, against. Count.
Mr. Versen.
I would like to vote no.
The honourable member doesn't have his headset. We can't hear you.
I would like to vote no.
Mr. Versen, against. Count.
Mr. Drishin.
Madam Speaker, I also had problems with the vote, and I would like to vote no.
Mr. Drishin, against. Count.
Mr. Richards.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm often have technical challenges, and today was one of those. I look forward to the day when we're able to vote all in person in the House of Commons once again. But for the time being, I will.
Mr. Richards, we can't see you. Your camera is not turning on.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I'll see if I can address that issue. Hang on. As I say, I do have technical issues at the best of times. Let me see if I can get the camera functioning here.
Yes.
I've been able to get it working?
Yes, we can see you now. Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I do look forward to the day we can all vote in the House of Commons in person again. In the meantime, I vote nay.
Mr. Richards, against. Count.
Mr. Barlow.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For some reason, the app would not recognize this beautiful, rugged, good looks of a face of mine, so I'm having to vote virtually, and I will be voting nay.
Mr. Barlow, Mr. Barlow, against.
Mr. Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. York Simcoe votes no.
Mr. Davidson, against. Count.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Hola. Yes, we can hear you, yes.
Okay, thank you. Yes, twice the camera wanted to take my photo. It wasn't happy with it. I'm never happy with it, but I just want to know if my vote was recognized, please.
No, we're still under numbers.
Yes, we did register your vote as a nay vote. Yes, thank you, Mrs. Wagenthal.
Thank you.
Mr. Kurek.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the table received my vote.
No, we didn't. We did not.
No, then Madam Speaker, I would vote against this motion.
Against. Count.
Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would really like my vote to be recorded as against. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Lloyd, against. Count.
Mr. Zuberi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to vote yay.
Mr. Zuberi, yay. Pour.
Mr. Barrett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like my vote.
We've lost your sound. Sorry, can you unplug, replug your headset? No, we can't hear you. Just try replugging your headset if you don't mind. Okay, I'll come back to Mr. Barrett. Mr. Motz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The app indicated that I needed to retry, and when I tried, it wouldn't let me. For some reason, it doesn't recognize my ruggedness. I would like to vote nay.
Yeah, the vote was registered by the app.
Thank you.
Mr. Barrett? Mr. Barrett?
Madam Speaker.
Well, we lose your sound after the first sentence. Can you just show us a thumbs up or a thumbs down? Thank you.
Mr. Barrett, against count.
Ms. Jansen.
Yes, I just wanted to confirm that you received my vote as a nay.
We have indeed received the vote. Mr. Macaulay.
Madam Speaker, I had non-stop problems with my app today. The system crashed. I believed I voted nay, but I'm receiving confirmation it was a yay. I would like to have that recorded as a nay, please.
Okay, the honourable member did vote yay. We have to ask the House for unanimous consent for the honourable member to change his vote.
Yeah, I would appreciate the House's permission. I apologize, but just non-stop problems with the app today.
Do we have unanimous consent? We do, so...
Thank you.
No. Too late. Mr. Patzer.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thought my vote was recorded, but I just wanted to make sure because it didn't appear to register. I just want to make sure my vote was registered as nay.
It was indeed registered as nay. Mr. Calkins.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Given the technical considerations that everybody else has, I feel compelled to ask if my vote was indeed recorded as a nay.
Yes, it was indeed recorded as a nay.
Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Soroka.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I did get a message on my app saying to confirm whether my vote was a nay or not, and I just want to confirm that I did vote nay.
It was indeed a nay vote. Mr.
Thank you,
Zimmer.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I did vote, but I wasn't sure that my vote was recorded as nay. I just want to confirm that it's a recorded vote as nay for me.
Registered as a nay, Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Richards?
Have a good weekend, Speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Richards?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's actually a point of order. I just wanted to confirm in response to the member. It is a technical. It's a clarification issue. Point of clarification. Then, Madam Speaker.
On the vote itself. On the vote itself.
Yes, it is. It is in relation to the vote.
Yes, Mr. Richards.
In the request made by the member for Edmonton West to clarify his vote, you sought unanimous consent. I believe you indicated that you had received unanimous consent. Of course, I did hear someone say no after that, but I think you had indicated that you had already given unanimous or received unanimous consent. And I just want to confirm that the member for Edmonton West vote will be counted as a nay.
Has been counted as a nay. Absolutely. Yes. Mr. Barrett.
Madam Speaker, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'd just like to make sure that my vote is registered as nay against.
Registered as nay. Mr. Genus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I committed the cardinal sin in democracy of voting twice without intending to, but I came in and then I realized it was after the question. So although I voted in the standing vote, I also then voted on the app. So I believe because I voted on the app, my vote should be able to count for nay, but it should only count once and not twice. So I just wanted to, there may be confusion in the records if I'm listed as having voted twice. So I want to make sure I'm not voting twice and not voting 0 times, that we're at one. Is that? Okay.
Vote is off, yes, and duly registered. We'll now wait for the table to count the votes. The honourable member for Carleton.
Earlier today, inadvertently, the member who's now introduced a little bit more complexity into the vote by having voted twice had his riding named Edmonton rather than Sherwood Park. The problem is that if the roll call records him as a member for Edmonton when in fact his riding is in Sherwood Park, you will then have a corrupted result. So I just wanted to confirm that we have his riding properly named in the roll call.
His constituency as Edmonton was not the chair, and the chair has been calling for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan correctly. Counted as properly for Mr. Genus.
Yes. Yeas pour 184, 184. Nays contre 142, 142.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day. Orders of the day. J'ai un rappel aux règles.
I have a point of order from the honourable member for Carleton.
Yes, Madam Chair, it turns out you were right. It was in fact me who said that he was from Edmonton when in fact he's from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan. What had caused the original confusion is that the riding is actually in Alberta, but it has the name Saskatchewan in it. And so that can lead some who are not familiar with the geography to confuse the providence of the member. It turns out this member here is actually a proud Albertan, but not an Edmontonian.
We understand that, and we absolutely got it. The Honourable Minister for Canadian Heritage on a point of order. The Honourable Minister is on mute.
Pardon, Madame la Présidente. Excuse me, Madam Speaker. I have an answer to a number of questions on the order paper. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Okay. I understand that I am going to answer on the point of order the member raised earlier, and I'm going to answer it now. I understand that this is a content. I'm answering your point of order of earlier today.
Point of order?
Yes, the honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The minister just referenced that he was answering a number of questions. Generally, those answers are associated with numbers. I'm wondering if that was a mistake on his part, or if there's an aspect in standing order in the House that I'm not aware of. Thank you.
The minister did mention the numbers. It was a series of numbers from one number to the last. The honourable member for Lethbridge on a point of order. Yes. Crowfoot?
Madam Chair, I appreciate that, but the numbers were not translated into English. And as much as I am proud of our bilingual heritage, certainly I would ask that that be repeated so that members that are not fluent in Canada's other official language would be able to hear the specifics of the questions that were named.
Can the Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage repeat the numbers which the interpreter missed?
Numbers are from 629, so 629, to 634, 634. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for recognizing me on the House of Commons floor. According to the Green Book, the role of the Speaker is as follows. The office of the Speaker must be distinguished from its incumbent, who requires the support and goodwill of the House in order to carry out the duties of the office. It goes on to say the Speaker's authority and responsibilities as presiding officer in the House of Commons flow in large part from the Constitution and from the written rules of the House. The duties of the Speaker of the House of Commons require the balancing of the rights and interests of the majority and minority in the House to ensure that public business is transacted efficiently, and that the interests of all parts of the House are advocated and protected against the use of arbitrary authority. It is in this spirit that the Speaker, as the chief servant of the House, applies the rules. the Speaker is the servant, neither of any part of the House nor of any majority in the House, but of the entire institution, and serves in the best interest of the House as distilled over many generations in its practice. That's a powerful statement. According to many generations. Madam Speaker, I rose in this House immediately following the party opposite moving a motion today that called for time allocation on Bill C-10 within committee. When I rose in this House and I called point of order, you immediately rolled your eyes at me. You did not know what I was going to say, which means that you made a judgment against me, presuming that you knew what I would say. Now, regardless, it is my right as a member of Parliament, my privilege to be able to stand in this place and to have my voice heard. And as the Speaker of this House, according to this Green Book that I hold in my hands, which is the document that directs this place, as the Speaker, it is your responsibility to gain the support and the goodwill of this place. When you fail to show respect and honor to each and every member on the floor of this chamber, you produce a lack of decorum, because chaos will ensue where there is no respect and where there is not mutual honor. So, Madam Speaker, the fact that you started by rolling your eyes at me and then proceeded to ignore me at every single moment I rose in this House to raise a point of order is absolutely inappropriate. And so, Madam Speaker, when I rise here right now, as I am, I rise as the Member of Parliament for Lethbridge, and I was duly elected by the people of Lethbridge to have their back right here in this place. I do not speak with my own voice, I speak with their voice. So, Madam Speaker, when you roll your eyes at me, you roll your eyes at more than 120,000 constituents who have elected me to be here on their behalf. And that, Madam Speaker, is incredibly disrespectful and a disregard for democracy. I invite you to consider those actions, and I invite you to take the next steps forward.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
On a separate point of order, Madam Speaker, when this House agreed to the terms of Parliament and rules that were established between parties that were adopted through direction of the Speaker or the Speaker announced those, we set limits with respect to how many members should be in the House and how many people should be present during debate. Routinely, during the interventions, the filibustering and the interventions that were going on from the other side as they were making their remarks and being funny about things, I would hear an uproar of laughter coming from the opposition lobby. I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that perhaps those rules that were agreed to have not been followed. And I think that it's important that we look into that to make sure that in the middle of this pandemic, the opposition party are living up to their responsibilities under the rules that we agreed to and set out to in advance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Thank you very much, and I respect where this gentleman is coming from, but the fact is it is extraordinarily difficult for one person to measure how many people may be in another room due to voices. I'm not going to indicate how many people are in this room, but I can tell you that Liberal voices are very, very loud in this House of Commons, regardless how many present there are. I'd ask that the member, through you, could just for one moment be quiet. Just as we know, today has been a very, very difficult day. We have been working hard for the dignity, for the democracy, and for the free speech of all Canadians. And the fact that he is now questioning who we have in the lobby, recognizing that we do need to have support staff. We are always going to have somebody sitting at the desk in the lobby. That is the appropriate thing to do. We also have a member from the House Leader who is also assisting me. But for recognizing that, oh, there must be many, many people in there, he's way off guard, and all he's trying to do is act like Conservatives don't care about health. And that is so not the case. We are doing our job. We are putting all of the people in place. But he wants to go us in there and count how many people there are. We are working. And perhaps if this member would care more about what his party is doing, a little bit less about what we're doing, working together, we may have a little bit more of a better discourse. So thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Honourable Member for Central Okanagan, Similkameen and Nicola.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do recognize this has been a challenging day for all of us. But, Madam Speaker, we have inherited the rules in this place And quite honestly, Madam Speaker, those rules were based on two things. They were based on the values of the members who originally debated and set forward those original standing orders, and they've been updated from time to time. And those values, Madam Speaker, ended up drawing consensus. The government has chosen in its procedures today to draw upon something that hasn't been used in decades. And because there has been legitimate concerns raised by members of the Conservative caucus as to the applicability, especially considering the serious nature of the bill that is before us, it is very important, Madam Speaker, to point out that there will be disagreements on where exactly what the rules say and the values that we hold here today, not 30 years ago and certainly not when this country was first formed in 1867. Madam Speaker, what I am simply saying is for the government member who just spoke earlier, the member from Kingston, for him to suddenly be saying that, that the rules are well known, well, they are, but if you use an archaic and often not used form, especially to a report stage of a bill, where members have issues and have put forward in good faith proper amendments to the bill, to suddenly wash that all aside and decide that no, the rules had been decided, I would suggest that this member should actually do it the proper way. At the beginning of every election, we are all allowed to come forward and present this as standing orders, and that member could add some clarity to the standing orders as to the applicability of this to report stage. And that's where we are at, Madam Speaker. Now, the member has also mentioned about voices outside this chamber. The voices that we all should be concerned about, Madam Speaker, is our constituents, and we are raising them here. And I do think that there is a challenge when we have members that are attributing voices outside of the chamber, because in this place, this is not like the center block House of Commons. Oftentimes, Madam Speaker, we will have people walking through who inadvertently, and I'm sure you've heard this many times being adjacent, is that there will be people walking in the back hallways, and sometimes someone will be loud, and we may attribute it to someone or some party, but we have no actual knowledge of who it is. So I would ask you, Madam Speaker, that before you do your ruling, please do take into account that the charges of the previous speaker, the member from Kingston, to suddenly attribute sounds from outside of this direct space in this particular chamber, Madam Speaker, that is erroneous, should be not called. The only voices that we should be considering are the voices of our constituents and not the physical sounds that come into this arrangement in this chamber, as it is different than it would be in center block, where that chamber is basically kept separate from the voices outside. So, Madam Speaker, two things again I'm just going to quickly repeat for the member, is that this place has long abides the rules that we put together do not come together easily. They're done through a common discussion on our values and debates to come up with specific rules, and from time to time, those particular rules are revisited by parliamentarians, usually after every election, and they're improved so that everyone understands the rules. Madam Speaker, that's why we are asking for this ruling. It is so incredibly important for us to know if whether the government can arbitrarily just mark down a certain number of hours and then use the tool of time allocation to disregard the legitimate and properly processed amendments that were presented to this House on a bill that touches upon so many things, touches upon net neutrality, touches upon Section 2B of the Charter, something that this Prime Minister and his ministers and his caucus have said that they want to always adhere by. But, Madam Speaker, that is why Conservative members, that is why, and I will give credit to the NDP for voting against the moving to orders of the day, and I hope that we can all stand up and push back to make sure this government does not feel that even if it's in a minority position, that it can simply run roughshod over members' rights, particularly that right to put forward amendments and to be heard. Madam Speaker, I hope I've made a couple of important points. I hope that they will be heard, not just by you, but by members opposite, such as the member for Kingston, because at the same token, Madam Speaker, this is a great country not just because of what we've accomplished, but the way we try to accomplish them, by listening and accommodating. And Madam Speaker, now more than ever, we need to be listening to voices that are different than our own. We need to learn to be able to garner consensus and not just run roughshod over legitimate concerns as they've been presented. Madam Speaker, again, I do know that today has been a challenging day. I do respect the role that you have and that you've tried to be as fair as possible. And I really do hope, Madam Speaker, that we end up today in a better place and that the government perhaps can take the time over the weekend and perhaps reconsider the way that they are presenting their motions to this place with very little respect for the members present, Madam Speaker, but most importantly, the members previous who put together these rules so that we can keep this country strong and together, even in disagreement. We would then have those common ties, those values, those rules in our standing orders that we all respect, Madam Speaker, so we don't end up with just a product. We end up with a process that makes us proud to be Canadians. Thank you very much for your time.
The honourable member for Banff Airdrie.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's on the same point of order. There was an allegation made by the member for Kingston and the Islands that somehow Conservatives were disrespecting public health advice. I think that was what he was trying to imply. I want to assure all members of this House, and in fact all Canadians, that as the whip for the official opposition, the whip for the Conservative Party, we certainly do take the public health advice incredibly seriously. As the member mentioned, there was some discussion amongst parties about how we would best conduct ourselves during a pandemic, and numbers in the House were a part of that. The guidelines have been all followed in terms of setting out the distance between seats, and I can assure you that Conservative members have in fact far exceeded the expectations of physical distancing and guidelines in the House. As have all parties. But I will point out as well, Madam Speaker, that the member well knows when he refers to people being in a lobby or in an area behind the chamber, he well knows that we do not refer to the presence or absence of members in the House of Commons, and he is incorrect to do so. And I would hope that you would call him to order on that, Madam Speaker.
There have been quite a number of points of order today, and we will get back to them next week as necessary. Now we are going to move into it being 1:30. We are going to proceed to consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Members' business, resuming debate at the second reading of Bill C-234. An act to amend the Income Tax Act, home security measures, in the name of Mr. Kobach.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, and it's an honor to rise today to talk about C-234, another Conservative attempt at introducing a boutique tax credit. We know that they were extremely popular for doing that back in the day because, of course, Conservatives like to give tax credits to the rich and at the expense of everybody else, and that's exactly what Bill C-234 is about. The proposed legislation being considered today would amend the Income Tax Act, Madam Speaker, to provide a non-refundable tax credit at a rate of 15% for up to $5,000 in eligible expenses incurred by the taxpayer for home security measures. Qualifying home security measures would include expenses for the purchase, installation, maintenance, and monitoring of a security system installed in one's home. In responding to the proposal, Mr. Speaker, I would first note that our government is committed to a tax system that is fair and works for the middle class. Second, I would note that this proposal in the bill falls quite short in aligning with this objective. The benefits of a tax credit for home security expenses are expected to be skewed towards higher income households who are more likely to have the means to pay for such expenses. So by disproportionately benefiting high income Canadians, this bill would actually undermine the goal of sustaining a fair tax system. As the honourable members are well aware, Madam Speaker, the personal income tax system raises revenues based on the ability of individuals to pay. And in this context, tax credits and other kinds of tax relief are mainly meant to recognize and offset the effects of factors such as income, family composition, age, health status on a person's ability to pay tax. The Canadian income tax system generally does not, as is proposed in Bill C-234, recognize personal and discretionary expenses of other individuals. A tax credit for home security expenses would therefore be subsidized by all taxpayers, including those who choose not to incur those expenses, those who can't afford it, as well as those who are not able to claim the credit at all, such as renters. Rather than asking Canadians to subsidize the spending of Canadians who can afford a home security system, our government has undertaken in the last few years to eliminate poorly targeted, unfair, and inefficient tax exemptions, and has committed to undertaking another tax expenditure review to ensure this process continues. The government has cut taxes for the middle-class Canadians, Madam Speaker, raised them for the wealthiest 1%, and increased benefits for families and low-income workers. Our government has also improved tax fairness by closing loopholes, eliminating measures that disproportionately benefit the wealthy, and cracking down on tax evasion. Madam Speaker, we all need to pay our fair share, especially during a crisis. All Canadians deserve a fair and equitable tax system. The proposed tax credit for home security measures, which would disproportionately benefit higher income Canadians, which, as I indicated earlier, it has always been a priority of the Conservative Party, would be at odds with the government's stance on these types of boutique tax measures. Our government's approach has been to target support to the middle class and those working to be part of it. The government estimates the annual federal cost of the proposed tax credit would be approximately $130 million. This aspect of the proposal should also be taken into consideration, especially at a time when the government is focused on helping Canadians through the challenges that they face as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. The government is also focused on tackling the work of recovery to create the conditions for new employment and new growth, and now and in the years ahead. As part of our COVID-19 economic response plan, we introduced the Canada Emergency Response Benefit, which supported over 8 million Canadians, and then last August, the government transitioned the support to a suite of new temporary benefits: the Canada Recovery Benefit, the Canada Recovery Caregiving Benefit, and the Canada Recovery Sickness Benefit. Each of these three latest programs will remain in place to deliver support to individuals who directly are affected by COVID-19 through to the fall of 2021. Last year, in the early days of this pandemic, Madam Speaker, we also introduced a special goods and services tax credit top-up payment for individuals and families with low and modest incomes, as well as a special Canada Child Benefit top-up payment for families with children. Our government is providing additional support to low and middle income families with young children in 2021 by providing up to $1,200 through the Canada Child Benefit for children under the age of 6. And we are making payments in recognition of the extraordinary expenses faced by persons with disabilities and seniors. And with Budget 2021, the government has a renewed pledge to do whatever it takes to support Canadians right through to the end of this pandemic. Madam Speaker, as we continue to navigate through this pandemic, we will continue to assess the needs for additional support where is needed. This enormous responsibility must be central to our considerations when looking at new proposals. I would also like to add, Madam Speaker, that tax changes should ideally be undertaken through the budget process, which enables the government to fully consider trade-offs, balance priorities, and undertake new fiscal commitments, only to the extent that they are affordable. At a time when we are making unprecedented fiscal commitments to support Canadians through the challenges posed by COVID-19, Madam Speaker, this has never been more important. With this in mind, Madam Speaker, and taking into account the concerns we have with this bill, it will be very difficult to support Bill C-234. I would add, Madam Speaker, that we've seen boutique tax credits like this before from the previous Conservative government. We've seen time and time again that the Conservative Party is interested in only helping the wealthy. They have absolutely no consideration for what the impacts of this bill would be. As I indicated in my speech, Madam Speaker, this bill, how do you think you're going to pay for the efforts that are proposed in this bill, Madam Speaker? You're going to pay from them from the general tax revenue, which is essentially going to be affected by this. That includes everybody on the lowest part of the spectrum, the medium, the middle, people who you're asking Canadians, low-income Canadians, no, you're not, Madam Speaker, but through you from this bill is asking low-income Canadians to subsidize a boutique tax credit for people who can afford, for people who have home security systems in their house. And who has home security systems in their house, Madam Speaker? It's the people who can afford them. Home security is not something that is a need. It is not something that is a requirement, especially not in a country like ours. Home security, yeah, it's not. And the members from across the way yell, really, really. Yeah, it's not a requirement, Madam Speaker. It is something that people get installed because they want to have it. Desperately wanting something is not a requirement. And that's what is so mind-boggling about Conservative logic. They think that just because I really, really, really want something, therefore it suddenly becomes a need. It's not a need. We don't live in a country that needs home security systems. Of course, there are a lot of people out there that want them. I have one in my house, but I don't think that it's a requirement, and therefore the federal government, through the taxpayers of this country, should not be subsidizing and effectively paying for them. What kind of country do we live in, Madam Speaker, when we agree that the federal government needs to help people install and pay for home security systems in their house? It's ridiculous. This bill should not pass, Madam Speaker. I implore all members of this House not to vote in favor of this bill. It is not worthy of your vote. It is a bill that is just advancing hidden boutique tax credits, because that's where Conservatives have always liked to put the tax advantages to the wealthy, and they're doing it with this bill here. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Je prends donc la parole aujourd'hui sur C-234.
I rise to speak to C-234, like my colleague for Joliette mentioned in a previous speech. I will not be surprising you, therefore, that the Bloc Québécois will be voting against C-234. We seriously doubt the effectiveness of this measure. We deem that it would encourage people to spend on home security systems that won't make them safer. This bill intends to modify the Income Tax Act to create a non-reimbursable tax credit for home security systems worth up to $5,000 and includes all of the money expended on home security. This is the acquisition, installation, maintenance, and monitoring of a home security system installed in an individual's home. Eligible buildings include things like garages or barns. The credit would be used every year, but the credit cannot go past $5,000. First of all, I'm going to explain why we think this money could be much better used. Then, I'll talk about the increased rates of criminal activity, and I will discuss solutions. If we oppose this bill, it's because we believe that the money spent to subsidize the purchase of these systems would be better spent by transferring sums to provincial police forces, including the RCMP and tribal police forces. Rural areas really need resources, and the government should be adequately funding them in order to help remote communities. I've also had the opportunity to talk about the lack of resources granted to the RCMP while I attended a sitting of the Public Safety Committee. Randy Hoback of the Conservative Party claims that the increased rate of criminal activity in rural areas is more pronounced than in urban areas. He describes how the situation is aggravated by a lack of access to police forces and proposes security systems such as cameras or alarms. Imagine that if the police already has trouble intervening, why invest in an alarm system? Police intervention would clearly be too slow to prevent the crime. I live in a remote area, and sometimes I have encountered this type of problem and this reality. The member can recognize that this bill won't solve the problem that he's raising. Having heard testimony at committee, I wonder why we should not perhaps invest more in provincial police bodies and the RCMP by transferring these sums to Quebec and the provinces and territories. This tax credit encourages people to spend on systems that probably won't help prevent crime. The preamble tries to justify the relevance of the bill because, whereas the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, in its 33rd report of the 42nd Parliament, recognized that crime in rural areas is of growing concern to rural residents across the country. Whereas the committee heard that while crime in rural areas is more acute in Western Canada, eastern provinces are also experiencing high crime rates in rural areas. And whereas the committee heard from witnesses of incidents related to property crimes, such as break-ins, thefts, and, in some cases, violent assaults, including sexual violence and violence towards women. So, this bill would only encourage people to spend on products and services that give a false sense of security. As Indigenous police do not have enough resources to invest in their police forces, these sums would be better invested in First Nations communities who consider Indigenous policing to be an essential service. Indigenous police forces' means are very limited. The Status of Women Committee observed that Indigenous people are often the most affected by security problems. If the only police service in Canada, this is the only police service in Canada that's not classified as an essential service. Another example, in Rama, Ontario, there's no money to fund a criminal service or victim support service, but that's essential in the case of sexual assault. The federal government had committed to accelerating the implementation of a legal framework to recognize services for First Nations as an essential service. This was promised in 2019, and these commitments were made again after there were Indigenous protests against Coastal GasLink in BC. But Indigenous groups are still waiting for royal assent. According to Mr. Swamp, the Minister of Public Safety, the funding for First Nations policing through service programs is insufficient. It's enough to provide the services that communities need. The federal promise to make First Nations police services an essential service is a step in the right direction. But the Minister of Public Safety indicates that to pass a law to make Indigenous police services essential, we need a better federal framework. First Nations Police Services Program was created in 1991. The federal government contributes 52% of the funding to First Nations police services programs. Provincial and territorial governments provide the rest. They provide police services to about 60% of First Nations and Inuit communities. In 2018-19, the Minister of Public Safety spent $146 million on the framework of the program to support 1,322 positions of police officers in 450 First Nations and Inuit communities. But this funding is not standardized, according to Mr. Swamp. Short-term funding makes planning difficult. But this chief of police believes that these services are still effective for or investigating, rather, violent crime, even though their resources are limited. Second, as part of a study of women in rural areas, the Status of Women Committee looked at the issue of criminality in urban and rural areas, and there were some solutions proposed by witnesses who appeared before the committee: that the government transfers to Quebec, provinces, and territories sustainable funding for shelters and to transition houses that serve women affected by violence in their communities. More investments could be transferred to Quebec and the provinces to help the survivors of violent crime. And better training for the RCMP to help fight prejudices and to help deal with the trauma that women have experienced. Also, working to lift women out of poverty and have better access to the labor market with universal childcare services, and giving Quebec a right to withdraw from the federal proposed program of full compensation is another way. Programs are often not well adapted to women entrepreneurs. We need to work on prevention, namely by improving social programs that improve our healthcare system, including support for mental health. But there's no magic bullet. We're going to need more resources. Increasing health transfers is absolutely necessary, and a substantial increase is required, and it has to be permanent and predictable to reach the level of 35%. Like my colleague for Joliette, I believe that we need to fight crime by fighting poverty. We need to fight upstream and ensure more equality. That's a value that's important for us in Quebec. If people are living in a vulnerable situation without food and in unfit housing, that is a fertile breeding ground for crime. Therefore, it is our duty to act. Thank you.
Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I trust you can hear me okay. I'm rising today, however, virtually, to speak to Bill C-234. And I just want to start by recognizing and expressing sympathy for residents in rural communities across the country who, who more and more are living under fear of being the victims of crime in rural communities. And it's something that I think increases as the population in many rural communities diminishes and people are more isolated. They not only feel more vulnerable, but they are more vulnerable. And so it's important to recognize that we do need to have a response to that increased vulnerability. And the question is how best to do that. So I think one of the things to note about this bill that would establish a tax credit for Canadians who install security systems in their home is that there is a cost to the program. Those tax measures do come at a cost to the public purse, and so the question is whether that money is being effectively spent for the purpose of reducing that vulnerability, Madam Speaker. And the first point that I'd like to make is a general one in respect of these kinds of tax rebates as a way of implementing policy. And I think it's important to note that when it comes to this way of affecting public policy, the fact of the matter is that the assistance goes overwhelmingly to the people who already have resources. Because first of all, you have to have the money in the bank in order to be able to get the security system installed, and it's only afterward that you recover some of that cost. And so the more income that you make, the more able you are to get the security service installed, the more taxes you pay, the higher ability you have, and the more that you can receive in benefit as a rebate on the taxes that you pay. And so there's already kind of a fundamental issue here where it's the people who have the most resources in order to be able to respond to the problem who get the most assistance. And of course, while a higher income correlates with a higher benefit under a program like this, people's vulnerability to crime in rural communities is not proportionate to their income. People with lower incomes are not less vulnerable to crime in rural communities. And I think it makes sense as a matter of fairness to pursue solutions that will benefit people equally, regardless of their income and regardless of the amount of tax that they pay. What we need are solutions that work for everyone. And when we look at the study about rural crime that was done in the last Parliament, as a consequence of a motion brought forward by then NDP MP Kristen Moore, one of the problems that was highlighted, and when I had the pleasure of working with folks in the RCMP on the issue of collective bargaining, one of the things that I heard loud and clear, and I have heard from RCMP members who live in Elmwood Transcona, but in some cases are posted to communities outside of Winnipeg, and so have experience with policing in rural communities, is that often the roster for local detachments is unfilled by 50% or more. And so while positions exist for policing in rural communities, often there is an insufficient amount of trained officers to fill those positions. And so when we talk about public investment in order to stem rural crime, it does seem that making sure that RCMP detachments are staffed up to the recommended staffing levels, instead of asking officers to make do with less and to work tons of overtime, and in many cases to respond to calls alone, and in cases where they're leaving to respond to a call from a location that might be an hour or more away from where the call is, it seems to me that investing in filling up those staffing rosters is a better use of public funds. We also heard in the course of that report that another fact about the way that the RCMP conducts its business is that in many cases it is rookie officers who are assigned to these rural postings. In many cases, they don't have a lot of experience, and they don't have training particular to the circumstances of the rural communities and the Indigenous communities that they're responsible to police. So investment in better training for RCMP officers so that they understand better the communities that they're working in, and so hopefully that they can do a better job, particularly if they have the resources and adequate staffing levels, so that they're not overextended in the way that they are, and then supported with appropriate training so that they can really do the right kind of policing work alongside the communities that they're assigned to protect, to try and address some of the underlying causes of increases in rural crime. And I think it was stated earlier, it's quite true. I mean, the success of a security monitoring system is only as good as the response time of the local authorities. And the fact of the matter is that as long as our RCMP detachments and other rural policing forces are chronically understaffed, those response times are simply not going to be adequate to the task. And so I think at the very least, one could say that this bill puts the cart before the horse, and that there's a lot more to do in terms of not just investing in more police officers for rural Canada, but investing in the training so that they can deliver policing in communities in the right way that has the appropriate impact. And one of the things that they need in order to be able to do that, in addition to appropriate staffing levels and in addition to the right kind of training, is to make sure that the right kinds of supports are there in the community. So that may mean mental health supports, and we know that rural Canada is chronically underserved in a proportion worse than even urban Canadians, who I would say still do not have adequate mental health supports, and that mental health is not adequately integrated into our healthcare systems across the country. But that is felt even more so in rural communities. So having supports, better better services available to rural Canadians is an important part of the solution here, not just in respect to mental health, but also in respect of women's health, and especially when we're talking about some of the crimes that are of concern, or sexual crimes, or violent crimes, and so, you know, how do you address those problems and that feeling of vulnerability? Well, certainly adequate protection is part of that package, but also adequate services to make people feel that they're supported at the outset, and also that if something does happen, that they're not just going to be on their own, isolated out in the place where they live with maybe just a handful of friends and neighbors who nevertheless live at a considerable distance. This is an issue that's come up even in some of the efforts of my colleague from Esquimalt-Saanich-Sooke, who's concerned about you know, certain behaviors that are not themselves directly what might be considered under law right now acts of abuse, but who set the stage through isolating people that set the stage for certain kinds of abuse. And so the more that you can isolate people and get them into a position where they don't have other resources that they can rely on, the more the table is set for kinds of abuse that we don't want to see any Canadians suffer. And so that investment in the right kinds of supports is also very important. So as New Democrats, when we look at what's needed, we see a need to make sure that we have the appropriate staffing levels that are already recommended and are there on paper, but not there in actuality. We see the need for appropriate training so that, and perhaps also more experienced officers being assigned to rural communities. So it's not just a matter of new officers with little training trying to figure out how a community works and what the particular sensitivities are, cultural and otherwise, and finding their feet even as they struggle with these immense challenges. And then, of course, to have the supports there to support people who may become people who are committing acts of crime themselves, and also potential victims of crime, so that they know that they have the resources they need in order to live a good life, even though they don't live in an urban center, which should be perfectly possible in a country like Canada. I know there are many people who are proud to live in rural communities, and they should be able to do that with a strong sense of safety. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Red Deer-Lacombe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I disagree very much with the previous three speakers, so much so that I'm not even sure I'm going to refer to the notes that I have in front of me, but let me see if I can just make some sense out of the nonsense that I've heard and the falseness of the arguments that have been presented about this very important private members bill. Speaker, in recent years, we've seen crime rates rise across Canada, and that crime is getting more severe. This is especially true in rural Canada. In 2017, the crime rate was 23% higher than in urban centers. In some parts of the country, particularly in the prairies, it's staggeringly higher, between 36 and 42% higher. And while provincial governments have responded with concrete measures to tackle this serious issue, this Liberal government has not only refused to take any meaningful action, but they've actually made the situation worse. And I want to thank my colleague from Prince Albert for introducing his private members bill C-234. This bill seeks to create a non-refundable tax credit for home security measures. It's unfortunate that this bill is necessary, but with the Liberal government's refusal to undertake the necessary reforms to our justice system, something that nobody from the Liberals, nobody from the Bloc, and nobody from the NDP even wants to talk about, this is necessary to protect rural Canadians. The issue is the justice system. So we need to do what we can to support Canadians in their efforts to acquire and put the devices and mechanisms in place so that they can feel safe once again, or at least some semblance of safe again, in their homes. Madam Speaker, during a recent study at the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, they heard testimony from two women who have been repeat victims of rural crime. These women spoke about the toll it takes on a person's mental health when they are constantly worried about being victimized over and over again. They spoke about how criminals, often repeat offenders from outside their communities, target them because they know that help from law enforcement is a long ways away. And that if the police come to the scene the criminals are already usually long gone. They told us how the vast majority of people in their communities have been victims of crime, often more than once, and that many people don't even bother reporting crime anymore because they don't see a point, because the justice system continues to let them down. They've also spoke about how these criminals are more often armed with firearms and they aren't afraid to use them. Yet shamefully, the Liberal government is cracking down on farmers and hunters and law-abiding firearms owners while softening punishments for criminals that use their firearms illegally. Madam Speaker, the idea that Canadians are giving up on the idea of justice should be of deep concern to all members of Parliament. When people see that the system doesn't work for them, they lose confidence in it. When that system is the police and the courts, and the consequences of inaction is dire, it's already starting to happen. An Angus Reid poll from January of 2020 has found that confidence in the RCMP, local law enforcement, and the criminal courts have been declining steadily since 2016. The same poll noted that in 2020, 48% of Canadians said that they have noticed an increase in crime. Only 5% of Canadians think that there's been a decrease. Madam Speaker, you may be wondering how we got here. Well, I grew up on a farm. When I was a young man, we weren't particularly worried about crime at all. You could leave your doors unlocked when you worked in the field or you went into town. You could leave the keys in the ignition of your pickup truck with the windows rolled down when you parked in town to go into the store for a few minutes. We didn't wake up at night scared that someone was armed and prowling around our yard looking to help themselves to our property. The only problem we really ever had was once in a while somebody would come into the yard and pull up to the gas tank and fill up their car. But the world is a different place now, and for the past 5 years or so, it's been getting worse. When it comes to rural Canada out west, this Liberal government doesn't get it or simply doesn't care, as we've seen from the member for Kingston and the Isles. Never even mentioned crime, which is what this bill is all about. Never even mentioned the justice system, which is what this bill is all about. Never mentioned that businesses can write off all of the things that this bill proposes to do, but private citizens cannot. Never mentioned that at all. So often it seems that rural Canadians are the last of the Liberals' worries. Policies that are touted as landmark achievements of this government are typically at the expense of rural Canadians. The carbon tax, a tanker ban, the No More Pipelines bill, the gun grab, just to name a few. Another extremely damaging policy that has contributed to the increase in rural crime is C-75, Bill C-75 from the last Parliament. C-75 took a number of very serious offences and made them hybrid offences so that they can be dealt with through a fine or just a minimal amount of jail time. It also made the requirements that bail is given at the earliest opportunity with the least onerous conditions. Now, this legislation, C-75, was brought forward in part at least, my colleague's legislation was brought forward in part at least in response to the Jordan decision of the Supreme Court of Canada. This decision clarified that the timelines for trials to begin in order for the Crown to uphold constitutionally protected rights to a trial in a reasonable amount of time. Now, you would think, Madam Speaker, that if the justice system was backed up with numerous serious cases to the point where trials are getting thrown out, the logical decision would be to increase the capabilities and capacities of the justice system to appropriately deal with it. This would have allowed accused individuals to have their rights to a fair trial upheld in a timely fashion and kept public safety and the administration of justice as a key objective for the security of Canadians. Instead, the Liberals took the path of least resistance and decided to clear up backlogs of serious offences by giving prosecutors the ability to offer light sentences for serious offences and ensure that more people got out of bail just for good measure. The Liberal government, through its changes, took the already quickly revolving door of the justice system and made it spin even faster. For rural communities, this meant that the offenders regularly target residents were back on the streets shortly after being arrested. In rural Canada, where a small RCMP detachment can be responsible for a vast geographic area, the government has created an almost impossible task. Instead of getting tough on crime, which I vividly recall our current Attorney General referring to as stupid on crime, they decided to put criminals' needs ahead of victims and their families in rural communities. Madam Speaker, it's important to note that those tough on crime policies that the Minister of Justice smirked at were hugely successful at reducing the crime rate, the crime severity index, and instilling confidence in our justice system. Instead of doubling down on our conservative formula and putting public safety at the heart of the justice system, the Liberal government has now also introduced Bill C-22. This bill that slashes punishments for a number of serious firearms-related offenses and ensures that all of the offenses that they hybridized in C-75 are now eligible for conditional sentencing, which means basically jail time in your house. Madam Speaker, my constituents are absolutely shocked at the Liberal government's decisions that put the wants and desires of criminals above the needs and safety of law-abiding Canadians. Instead of providing them with assurances that the government understands the issue and that they are working to restore confidence in our justice systems, the Liberals have done the complete opposite. Madam Speaker, that brings us back to C-234. This bill is starting down the path of trying to correct what the Liberals have broken since forming government in 2015. Since that time, we have seen crime increase in frequency and severity, yet the Liberals have taken no meaningful steps to curtail it, only exacerbate it. That's why my Conservative colleagues and I have formed the Conservative Rural Crime Caucus to come up with solutions to this epidemic that the Minister of Justice and Attorney General can't seem to be bothered with. The legislation that we are discussing today is a great first step in addressing the rural crime epidemic. It will help Canadians get the tools that they need to protect themselves and their homes from criminals by providing a non-refundable tax credit. Tools like security gates and other access control devices by keeping your yard safe can help deter criminals by preventing access and making it harder for criminals to target a rural property. Cameras and alarms can help provide valuable information that law enforcement can use to hopefully identify and catch these criminals, even if they aren't able to respond while the crime is in progress because they're so far away. And while this bill is an important step, Conservatives understand that it can't be our only step. Deterring criminals to find a less prepared victim is not a permanent solution. And to that end, I was pleased to introduce my private member's bill, C-289, back in April, which seeks to create an aggravating factor for targeting people or property that is experiencing increased vulnerability due to its remoteness from emergency police or medical services. My bill would also seek to make existing aggravating factors for home invasion more inclusive of rural properties and face the realities of rural crime. And lastly, C-289 would ensure that a judge gives careful consideration as to why an offender did not get bail when considering extra credit for time that is served pre-trial. So, Madam Speaker, rural crime is a complex issue with the unique challenges posed by geography and more humble resources in many of the communities. It requires a thorough, multifaceted approach, and the federal government needs to be an engaged partner. In fact, over a year ago, there was agreement from the provincial and federal government to create a pan-Canadian working group on rural crime, and we've heard nothing about this since from the Liberal government. While the governments across the West and the provinces have been quick to back up these words with action, we have seen no movement from the Liberals at all. The provinces have done an admirable job, but we can't escape the reality that this is an issue that requires federal leadership. This should not be a difficult decision for the government. So it begs the question, why is the government so opposed to doing the right thing? Is it because the government really has no understanding of the challenges facing rural Canadians? Is it because rural crime is disproportionately an issue faced in the West? And with the electoral math, it doesn't seem to be a worthwhile initiative when there's plenty of woke policies that the government still wants to enact? Or is it because the Minister of Justice is so blinded by ideology and committed to his Hug-a-Thug plan that he's willing to let rural Canadians bear the cost of his inaction? Madam Speaker, Canadians have a right to life, liberty, and security of the person. For rural Canadians in many parts of our country, the Liberal government is not creating the conditions for those rights to be realized.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Prince Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank all members of Parliament for considering this bill, Bill C-234. To give you some background, Madam Speaker, where this came from is from town hall meetings we had back in my riding where we'd have 300-400 people show up, all talking about the seriousness of rural crime and crime in general. They talk about being broken into not just once, but twice, 3 times. They talk about how they're no longer able to get insurance. And it was always interesting in these meetings, we'd bring in the RCMP and they'd talk about the repeat offenders. They'd talk about Crime Watch and things that they could do to protect them and their families. They talked about what they needed for tools in order to get the appropriate prosecution to actually arrest these individuals who are in most times repeat offenders and who most times are attached to gangs and in most times in and out of the criminal system. That was one of the things that came out of these meetings was this bill. It wasn't a Conservative plan to create a boutique tax credit and take care of the rich that my colleague from the Liberal Party mentioned today. That's not true at all. It was saying you need to do something at the federal level to address this issue. So this was one way. And when I introduced this bill, I said this wasn't the end-all, be-all. I said this was part of a package of events that we needed to do to address the crime issue, especially in rural Canada. I talked about how the committee would be able to, and I'd be more than willing to let them massage it, maneuver it, make it better. They could actually have the conversation on crime. And that's why I was so disappointed today, Madam Speaker, when I sat here and listened to the colleagues across the aisle and from the other parties. When I listened to the member from the Liberal Party, he didn't mention crime. He didn't understand the intent of the bill. The intent of the bill was to get us talking about a very serious issue that's going on in rural Canada and across Canada. And he talked about taxation. and unfairness and boutiques and partisanship. I'm not an overly partisan person, Madam Speaker. You know that, and he knows that too. I was looking for results. Now, I will give credit to my members from the Bloc and NDP. At least they talked about the issue that I was trying to address. And if I had success in this legislation, even if it doesn't pass, it's the fact that we actually brought the subject and put it on the benches of the aisles here at the House of Commons and started the debate on it. Now, if the government is going to be deaf to the debate, do so at their own peril. This is something that rural Canadians and Canadians in general want to talk about. You know, I find it really interesting. When we do these Crime Watch meetings, like I said, you'll get lots of people out. RCMP will show up. Even a prosecutor showed up and talked about the frustrations they had in prosecuting these people. But we never see a judge show up. We never see the minister talk about these issues. The minister never even looked at the issue and said, picked up the phone, or the parliamentary secretary picked up the phone and phoned me and say, you know what, you're addressing an issue that maybe we need to address. Total silence. And then we see the response from the government in regards to crime. Total silence. Denial. This is a huge problem, Madam Speaker. This is a problem that Canadians want us to talk about here in the House of Commons. This is a serious issue. This is an issue that if we did it right would actually benefit people right across this country and make people feel safer. And it would address the crime issue. Unfortunately, we're not going to see this bill probably move forward. I'm hoping my colleagues in the Bloc and the NDP will maybe have a second thought, because there's dairy farmers in Quebec that want this bill. There's cattlemen in Saskatchewan who want this bill. There's unionized workers who live in the rural areas who want this bill. So hopefully they'll reach out to those parties and say, you know what, we'd like you to change your mind and get it to at least to committee so at least you can debate it and maybe make some good suggestions and make it better. So if a boutique tax credit isn't the right way to go, tell us what the right way to go is. But at least address the reality that this is a real issue, and let's put forward some solutions to address the issue. Unfortunately, if this bill does not pass, I don't know when the issue of rural crime or crime will ever come up again in the House of Commons in this session, unless we see another private member's bill from a member who understands how important this issue is. So I thank everybody in the House for considering this bill. I hope they'll reflect upon it before the vote, and then maybe we'll see it go to committee, because that would be the right place to actually address the issues and maybe get a really good piece of legislation out of the House of Commons. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
See, the honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City has her hand raised.
Yes.
No long. Yes.
Yeah. Is this a question?
There are no questions, and at this time, thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Mr. Hoback, seconded by Mr. Lehoux, moved that Bill C-234, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Home Security Measures, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Si un député d'un parti reconnu.
If a member of a recognized party present in the House wishes to request a recorded division or that the motion be adopted on division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
Member for Prince Albert.
Please.
Conformément à
Pursuant to order made on Monday, January 25th, 2021, the division stands deferred until Wednesday at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions, Wednesday of next week.
It being 2:15, this House stands adjourned until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.